I forgot a thing. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. But I need to turn something back on. Give me 1 second. Hi! Hello, everyone! Happy Saturday! Happy weekend! Good job, everyone, making it through the week. I hope you're all feeling some semblance of rested. Hope you're having a good one. There we go. Alright. Yeah, it's good to see all of you. Let me say hi to you guys. Hello, Mage. Welcome in. Thank you for the 70 stream streak. I hope you're having a good one. And hello, Standing. Happy Saturday to you as well. And thank you for the 80 stream streak. Y'all are crazy. But I really appreciate the support. I appreciate the consistency. That's a lot of streams. How many streams is that? So we do like 3 a week. That's many weeks. Thank you guys. Okay, let me turn the thing back on. So I don't know what happened before, but Tits is happy now. We do love happy Tits. So I gotta re-enable the redeems for the throwing. Where did that go? There you are. Gonna turn those back on. Let's see, where is it? Okay, so there's one. And then where's the other one? Nope, that's a TTS. There's the other one. Okay, so those should be back on. Push all the buttons. Inner child. We let the inner child laugh here. That's what the stream is for. Speaking of which, so yesterday I had a nice bike ride. It was as the song was saying, it was a beautiful day out. It was wonderful to get out and enjoy it. Weekend should be very good. And I went over to a friend's house for dinner. Friend is a parent of 2. And my God, he's a really good parent. I'm really impressed with, his enthusiasm and his care and everything, and but just like watching him go through it, I'm just like, damn. It made me really appreciate my parents, because I'm just like, they handled all this and they did it with such grace. And I'm sure from their perspective, there was a lot of, exhaustion and craziness, but, I think, being able to sort of carry that and not put that weight on the children as well is part of the challenge. And I based on my own recollections, I think my parents did a very good job, because I'm watching all this, I'm like, this is a lot to do and deal with. Also, I don't know how to hold children, I guess. I feel like I got it sort of figured out eventually, but the littler one is like a small toddler. Anytime my friend let me hold her, she wanted her dad. She did not like me holding her, and I'm like, I'm sorry, kid, I know. I know I'm terrible at this, I'm sorry. I feel like if I if I were to offer help to my friend, it's like, do you want me to clean? Do you want me to run an errand? I can do those things, just don't leave me responsible for the kid. I don't know what to do, and I'm not going to be good at it. But it was a nice time. Obviously, their friend was busy being the parent a lot, but, we were able to keep ourselves entertained, and we helped out where we could. So it was a nice evening all the same. Yeah, that was my yesterday. And then today's been pretty chill. I had jumped on Star Citizen for a little bit, just did some management stuff with the org and ran a bit of cargo. It's been a very chill day so far. Yeah, now I get to hang out with all of you. So it's gonna be a good day. It's gonna be a good day. How are you all doing? How is your weekend going? I've been watching a little bit of the Final Fantasy XIV FanFest stuff. So I watched some of the keynote. I kind of had it muted in the background. I would like turn it back on when it seemed like something interesting was happening. They announced the next expansion pack. So what they usually do, because they have 3 FanFests throughout the year, right? They have one in US, they have one in Japan, and they have one in Europe. I think it's typically the same location, so it's Tokyo, LA, and Berlin. I want to say it's always Berlin, but I might be mistaken about that. But you know, the US one is sort of the first in the annual circuit. So whenever they announce an expansion pack, it's always sort of the same deal of like, yeah, we'll give you the teaser trailer and we'll give you the title and a little bit about some of the stuff that you can expect. But like, we're not going to show you any of the new jobs yet. We're not going to give you any like specifics about the narrative or, you know, go really in depth on any of those things, right? We don't have anything in a state of production to show you. And then that popped up so much during the keynote of like, you know, please check back in at FanFest Berlin and we'll tell you more about it. And I'm like, this is the tagline for the entire event. So there's a lot of just sort of like, we vaguely know about this, but we don't know any concrete details. We don't know any specifics. We definitely don't know any numbers, right? Numbers are a completely, like, whatever, you know, that has not been close to dialed in. But it does sound like they're making some pretty substantial reworks to the combat system. Which I think is a good thing. I think the combat has gotten very stale. It has gotten very meta-driven and sort of predictable. Not necessarily in terms of how the mechanics work, but in terms of what you as a player are expected to do within the context of a fight. So if they change that aspect in particular, if they can really mix it up in the way that, you know, the way that a player approaches a fight and approaches the dynamics with the rest of their group, that would be really exciting. And I would be really open to seeing, you know, what they do there. It might be enough to get me to resub. I don't think I would jump into it as, you know, a recurring game that I am playing on the regular, but definitely one that I would check in with more frequently, because I had stopped playing before 7.1 even dropped. I think it was on the way, but my sub lapsed and I just had no interest in renewing it. So it's been well over a year. I think it's been like 2 years since I stopped playing 14. Yeah, I would definitely be open to coming back in, and especially at this point, because, you know, I would have the entire 7.x suite of story content and fights and whatnot to participate in, so there would be a lot for me to enjoy, you know, in terms of just like things to experience and things to do without, you know, sort of being caught in the monotony of the grind, you know, grinding tomestones, grinding, you know, weekly unlocks, etc. Speaking of which, that was one of the things that they were talking about, and I think this is a really good idea, that essentially it sounds like what they want to do. So there's currently a system in the game called Wondrous Tales. As sort of like a bingo card that essentially, imagine you have, I believe it's a 4x4 grid. And you know, there's a number of things that you can do, right? You can do dungeons of a certain level bracket. You can do trials. You can do raids, whatever the case may be. And every time you do one of those, you get a sticker that goes on the grid. And then you try and so you the baseline is completing all 9 possible stickers, and then you know you get rewards for getting bingo lines across the board, and the more you can get up to 3 lines, and that gets you the best reward. So they've sort of shifted over from having daily rewards, you know, do your roulette every day. They're shifting over to a weekly reward system where it's like you have, I think the slides they were showing is like you have to get 3,000 points, and then running a dungeon gets you this many points, running a raid gets you this many points, doing PvP gets you this many points, doing a trial gets you this many points. So it's more just like just log on at some point during the week and run content, and you will get, you know, progression through your weekly unlocks that, you know, cap out per week. And they were saying they're looking at, if you don't complete a week, it will carry over to the next one, and so you will still have like a makeup period. So I think prefer the how doing good except woke up on the Necron. Oh, is that still bugging you? I hate muscle cramping and stuff from sleep. Gathered that Final Fantasy is making a big change. A lot of people seem upset. Well, they're wrong. I don't know. So this is a really interesting place to be in because it got worse somehow. So I watched the keynote and I was like, okay. And then I saw some people chatting on the Discord about some of the later panels. So I don't know any of the more in-depth stuff that they might have gotten into. Some of it might not be as good, and I'm sure the subreddit is going to be on fire. Because the subreddit is always on fire about something. But, you know, Final Fantasy XIV celebrated its 10th anniversary a couple years ago. And I'll be real, the game has not been doing amazing, right? It's not dead game. It's not, you know, on the way out. But, you know, narratively, it hit a satisfying conclusion point that I think a lot of people understandably would pick as the jumping off time, right? Like, I'm satisfied with the experience that I am had, and I am ready to move on to other adventures, right? I don't necessarily want to continue playing this game. Many people have carried on, and I think, you know, the people that continue to play the game at this point are the people that are largely happy with how the game functions, and they don't necessarily want to see it get changed, right? To attract new players or entice old players to return or whatever the case may be. But I personally think 14 does need a shot in the arm. I think it has gotten very stuck in its ways. And I think the ways that it has functioned for a long time have lost their luster. Right? I think the item level progression system is too rigid. It doesn't really encourage playing content for anything other than the improvement of your gear to be marginally better at fights. You know, content has a very limited shelf life that if it doesn't give you the current tomestones or the current eye level gear, there's zero reason to run it beyond just for fun, which, you know, playing a game for fun is not a bad thing to do, but, you know, when you build a game with reward incentives, a lot of times people will gravitate towards whatever fulfills the reward incentives and not whatever is the most fun to play. And, you know, they were showing off a bunch of stuff that was like very clearly targeting the core audience of the game, right? They're showing a bunch of glamour stuff that you can do, and like new color picking systems for hair and skin color, and you know, toggleable cosmetic layers. So like if you have a suit with a bow tie, you can toggle the bow tie on and off. So like there was clearly a lot of stuff that's like, we see what our core audience cares about the most, and we're gonna do things to appeal to them. But also, the game needs to be revitalized. It does need something to shake up the formula and make it interesting again. And I welcome that. You know, I've complained before about how so I was incorrect. There are 21 jobs in the game. Not 20, there are 21. We don't count Blue Mage because Square Enix doesn't care about Blue Mage either. And, you know, at this point, they essentially balance 21 jobs by having 5 roles, right? Tank, healer, magic DPS, range DPS, and melee DPS. And which job you play within that role is kind of just a variant. It's a flavor of the role, right? So like Reaper is edgy DPS, and Dragoon is pointy DPS, and Ninja is otaku DPS, and Samurai is weeb DPS. But they're all kind of running on very similar rotations. They have very similar outputs. It's just kind of what visual effects and cosmetics do you want to have, and then they changed it so that the cosmetics aren't even necessarily locked to a specific class. So fuck it. So I don't know, something that introduces more job identity, that sort of shakes up the meta so that people aren't so rigid in the way that you're expected to perform. I welcome it. I am obviously they have not given enough specifics to say, oh, this is good or bad. And even once they do give more specifics, I don't think it's going to be easy to say exactly how it works until we actually get to touch it ourselves. But I don't know, if they have ideas on how to make the game more interesting again, I want to hear them out. We'll see. We'll see. I think hopefully it will be interesting. I did think it was kind of cheeky that Warframe was doing an event at the same time and announced their next, I won't call it expansion, but like content drop, like the same day as FanFest. This is like competing streams. I don't know, it's hard though, right? Like if you try and pick a date when no one else is doing anything, like you just have the day all to yourself, you're never gonna do it. You're never gonna get anything done because there's always something going on. There's always something dropping or something getting announced or some event, or you kind of just have to do it. You kind of just have to go for it and be like, today's the day we're gonna do it. Especially with big events that you need to plan out, right? If it's a physical event, you need to rent the space and get everything set up and sell tickets and tell people this is when it's gonna be. And, you know, past a certain points, it's like, yeah, we've already committed to the date, so screw it. You know, this is why the game release windows can get so contentious, and everyone is you know, trying to swim to get around the giant whale in the water that's GTA 6. You know, we don't want to release remotely close to when GTA 6 comes out, because if we do, that's just gonna suck all of the oxygen out of the room and everyone else is gonna suffocate. No one else is gonna get any attention when GTA 6 launches. At least that's the expectation. I don't think it's gonna be bad, but it would be kind of funny. It would be kind of funny if GTA 6 came out and it was just sort of fine. It was just sort of there. Like, it's not even a bad game, it's just there. I saw 14 is coming to Switch too. You already have it on PC and want to play your account on Switch, you will need a second. Oh, it's not crossplay? Oh, Nintendo. Wait, no, it's crossplay, but the account is not cross-compatible. That's weird. That's weird. Why would you do it that way? I mean, I'm assuming it's not something that they are deliberately doing. I imagine that is not what they want to do. It's just what they are able to do, either from technical limitations or what Nintendo is allowing them to do. But that really, like, if I were playing, and let's assume that I lived in Japan and had access to actual quality public transit, you know, I might get off work, get on the train, get on the bus or whatever, and it's like, oh, you know, I want to check in and like get prep work for my raid done ahead of time. You know, I have my raid group tonight. So on the way home, I can log in via my Switch, run around, grab all my stuff, make sure my gear is good to go, get in a position where I'm ready, get home, have dinner, have a bath. I was gonna say have a wife, but let's be real. Let's be realistic here. And then I can properly log in on my PC and start doing the raid. But if you can't access your main account, like, I'm not gonna make a second account just to play the game on the Switch. Because some people will have multiple characters. Having alt characters is perfectly fine and normal. But it's rare for people, well, I wouldn't say it's rare for people to have alt accounts, but it doesn't make sense to have a console locked account. That doesn't work. I cannot think of a scenario where I would want to do that. That's super strange. Yeah, that's not good. That's bizarre. I don't know about that one, Chief. I feel like the Steam Deck continues to get more popular. You know, I wonder, because, like, the other month, I saw a thing that was saying that, it's a really stupid sentence. I saw a thing that was saying that Valve reported, it's like, how many degrees of separation are we talking about here? But, allegedly, Steam's user base is now somewhere around 5% Linux users, which is not nothing. That's a pretty substantial portion of the player base. I wonder how that compares to Apple users. I'll have to look into that. But I am wondering if that 5% includes the Steam Deck or not. Because Steam Deck is using SteamOS, which is a branch of Linux. So that, I think, is why a lot of, you'll go to Steam, you go to the store, and you'll see like the latest game or whatever with the big stamp, SteamOS verified, or Steam Deck verified, of like, yeah, we have put it through its paces, and we are willing to guarantee a satisfying performance experience effectively on Linux, right? On our branch of Linux that has been sort of optimized for running the games that we're selling on Steam. So I don't know if that 5% includes the Steam Deck or not. If it doesn't, I feel like that's an even bigger deal, right? Because that is people that have, I won't say completely, but have notably jumped over to Linux and are using that as their platform to play games on. And then I'm sure there are other people that have picked up a Steam Deck and are like, this kind of fucks. I don't like this more than I like Windows 11. God, fuck Windows 11. I am not like actively moving over to Linux, but God, I am thinking about it every day. I had to pause updates on the Traveler again because you're only able to pause it for 5 weeks, and then it's like, hey, you should update. And I'm like, you should go fuck yourself. I know the security updates are important and everything, and that's fine, but like it's so hard to look at how Windows wants to present an update and be like, okay, what is a security update and what is a quote unquote feature? Because security, yes. Features, no. So, I don't know. If we can get there, if we can get to a point, I know there's options like Wine for basically emulating a Windows environment to run stuff, and my understanding is it works pretty well for a lot of things, but it's not a native Windows environment, so it's still not as good as could be, right? There's still limitations. Oh, excuse me. So, I don't know. Next couple of years, maybe? Next couple of years. Might be a big deal. And not for nothing, but Apple, macOS, is also technically a Linux branch. Now, I know Mac, builds the walls around their garden a mile high. So it wouldn't necessarily be easy, but I could imagine people figuring out ways to make branches of Linux compatible with stuff that is predominantly Mac OS focused and sort of work back and forth that way as well. I don't know, Linux becoming more widespread, more adopted, could end up having positive gains for Mac users as well. I'm just saying. Right. What do you think? Should we play a game? I think we should play a game. I believe it is game time. Let me get over here. Boop. Then we're gonna put that on. Did it work? There we go. Alright, and let's switch over to not that screen, this screen. That looks good. I don't think the lighting worked. I'll try it again in a second. And then we're gonna turn this off for now. We are going to continue our adventures in the West. I don't think the lighting's working. Hang on. Oh, probably because that's... No. Hang on, let me check this. Oh, what are you doing? Why are you doing it? Oh, I think it got confused. I think it's this? Yes, it's that. There we go. Why are you so dark? Okay, hang on. Okay, turn that off. Brother, what? No. No. Hang on. I almost got it. Who am I kidding? I don't got it. Okay, there we go. Turn that on. And like that. Okay. I think it lost the configuration. In any case, I'll mess with that later. Let's make sure our ammo's good. So we stopped here last time because we have a cauldron to go unravel, unlock. I'm just gonna go ahead and stock up on everything so we're good to go. Make some more of these. That. Let him do that. Alright, that looks good. And then I think we're good on weapons. Yes. Okay, that's almost nice. I wish I could, like, order them by quality, but whatever. No, still can't upgrade any of these. Alright, that should be good. Well, actually, one more thing. Let's just make sure that we have all of our ammo resources. Let's see, we've got a bunch we can stock up on. There we go. Okay, so the cauldron is in there.
Acid will eat right through that metal.
I wouldn't mind fighting that just because... What is that? Oh, scavenger pile. A dead Ravager. Oh, and there's a snap maw. Do I have... I do have it unlocked. That would certainly be helpful for... if I could override it, but it seems to be underwater, and I don't know if I can do overrides while I'm in the water. It is a lot of bad news. I'm kind of wondering if I can just sneak past a lot of it. Like, do I need to fight to get into the cauldron or not? be able to sneak by. Okay, wait, the Snout Maw goes all the way over there. So that would certainly be helpful. Oh, why are you facing that way? Buddy! You're a real asshole. Oh. One down. Getting all the way out over there might be a bit of a... Okay, okay, no, Aloy, get up the wall, up the wall, up the wall. Thank you. Something's alerted. Oh, it's that guy. Cool, thank you. Here's what I'm gonna do. Oh shit! Aloy, get down, get down, get down, get down, get down.
Sneak into that cauldron without being seen. Might want to take care of these machines first.
For some reason, I thought the other sentry guy, there he is, the burrower was right there. I think I was seeing like the sparking and thought it was the blue from his eye. There we go. And pick up that charger horn. Oh, can I? Okay,
Let's see what I can do with this.
backup plan. So we'll just leave that there in case plan A doesn't go as we would like. Hello, Pelican. And now,
I could use fire against it.
where's the Snap Maw? It's on the other side of it. Okay, so yeah, weak to acid and fire both.
Shell snapper. Gotta be careful.
Just gonna wait for the Snap Maw to finish its circuit. It'll come right up to me. Just gotta be patient. Here he comes.
Snap moss. I can get them on my side now that the override's fixed.
There it is. Quietly. It showed up for a second. Where did it go? Okay, I gotta go back. Son of a... What was that? It like barely showed up. Is there some screen tearing? There might be. I'm not noticing it when I move the camera. Try and keep an eye out, but I haven't noticed it yet. Yeah, I very briefly saw it, but it didn't last long enough for me to properly get in and do it. And it's just
water won't do me any favors.
it's just a normal snap mob, so it doesn't have any protections like the Rebels or Hephaestus machines do. There we go. Yeah, I think it's just not within like the registration range. If I'm at his tail, I need to be by the body. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let them fight. Yes, it's lizard on lizard violence. So I think my lizard's gonna lose. Oh! Oh no. Oh no. Oh no! That's a lot of damage. Ooh. Oh no! This is fine. This is fine. Oh, it can burrow. Okay, well, while it's doing that, I'm gonna go over here.
I can't find it underwater.
Shit, there's another one.
Sneak past it. This scout might give me some cover.
See, I was gonna wait. I was gonna wait and take out the tortoise
Looks like I can
after
swim
the
back.
snap mob, but then like it was such an unfair fight that I'm like, I should just go while it's distracted. I recall in the first game, there was an actual stealth marker underneath my compass, so I could properly understand when I was in cover. And they got rid of that. So it's harder to know for sure if I am in cover or not. And I don't know why they got rid of that. It seems like an unnecessary removal. I understand not wanting the UI to take up a bunch of space and become cluttered, but like there's nothing that indicator was fighting with. And it was very helpful to understand. And now it's like, oh, not the only thing that shows up there is the alert marker. It's like, I can see when they're alerted. I need to know if I'm in cover. I also need to know where the fuck I'm going here. Am I following that pipe? Looks like yes. Oh, I really hope there's somewhere I can go up here. Nope. Okay, back down. It only tells you when it's too late. Yes, it tells you when you have been spotted. Which, yeah, is very not helpful. Like right now. Like right now.
I better move it.
Yeah, see this? Okay, down. So that's where I was supposed to go. Which, I guess he doesn't follow me down here, so that's fine. But yeah, see, that is like a vastly inferior system because I was not safe there.
I like snap malls a lot better when they can't reach me.
Man, if Val plays this one, she's gonna freaking lose her shit with the stealth sections underwater. She does not play stealth. Oh,
Wait.
no.
They're creating currents in the water.
Yeah, that's not good. That's not fun. That's not great. Does it? Yeah, it's creating a downward current, it looks like. So I need to avoid that. Because that's just gonna kill me. Question is, where do I need to go? Okay, can I get out? Okay,
Time to find the core and get those machine overrides.
okay. Nice water effects.
That crate. Might be able to use it to climb onto the ledge.
Okay, thanks, Aloy. Oh wait, like I can grab it? Sure.
I'm gonna take a step back.
Sure.
Should be able to climb up now.
Okay, thank.
No, you don't! Ah. I guess that's not gonna work. What now? There's gotta be a way out of this room.
Maybe let me figure it out first. Yeah? Maybe.
There's a way to climb up around here.
Shut, Aloy. We're doing this again. Okay, so that's where I couldn't get to before. That's probably gonna be the way out. Is this gonna be a Yammer dungeon? I really don't want the yapping.
Incoming.
Shit, are you serious?
I could prime it with plasma ammo.
Well, it's too bad I don't have plasma ammo, so what do you want? Wait, so what do they have? Uh-oh. No. No, you didn't see that. You did not perceive me. Yeah, it is acid. Okay, stamina drain sack. Acid canisters. Damage dampener. Okay. How do I want to deal with this? Okay, so give me one of these. Yeah, give me this. And place it over you. We're gonna put some... What are you strong against again? You're strong against electricity. Alright, fire it is. Dear rope casters, please be fun again. Dear rope casters, please be fun again. Alright, so that did like half of its health. Oh. Other one's not happy. Not happy at all.
Fire won't work there.
Oh, something blew up. Really?
Well, that was fun. Now, back to finding a way out of here.
That went alright. I'm not sure what I hit that exploded, but it sure worked. Can I have my freaking tripwire that it somehow managed to dodge by? Stupid thing. Oh, okay, so the... Ow! Fuck you. Okay, so the shield didn't actually go down. They can just go through it. Alright, so I think I might use this to jump up here. Yeah, no. Okay. Not that. Oh, I might be able to bring it over here. for something. Yeet!
Better try further back.
Shut up. I know what I'm doing. This looks somewhat promising. Except that we're kind of in the same boat of there not being anything to jump up to from here. No. Yeah. So then the next question.
Some kind of rail over there. Doesn't look like I can reach it from the water, though.
Oh, I see. I need to put the crate in the water and then jump on the water. Alright, bring it. Oh.
Damn. It's stuck.
Why is it stuck? It's not stuck.
Current's moving the crate.
Yeah.
If I get on the crate,
Yeah,
I can let the current carry me to the rail.
Thank you, Aloy, for explaining how basic physics works.
There we go.
And then this rail breaks down. Okay. Oh, this way. Oh, my inventory isn't full. There you go. Oh, hello, frame drop. Where are you going?
I should be able to glide down
Shut!
there.
Just have no fun with the dungeon. How's that?
Time to catch a ride, I guess.
Thank you, conveniently placed piston. Oh, goodbye. Away! Well, that's ominous.
There's the core. Now I just have to get to it.
It's just a couple of burrowers. What's the worst that could happen? Oh! Oh, that could happen. Okay, that's fair. Oh, and they're demonic. Hephaestus has been here. That's fun. Oh, rough shot. There we go.
Maybe I can glide to the platform.
Aloy, give me a minute, okay? I'm working here. I don't know, there's some interesting stuff I want to check down there. Are there any more machines? Not that it's showing me.
Damn it. I need to find a way back onto the
Yeah, I
platform.
will get there in a minute. Oh, hi. Oh, that was a bad shot. What is purple? See? There's reasons to explore down here. So let me explore. I mean, granted, it's, you know, pretty basic stuff, but it's still cool. Oh, shit. Hi, Snapmaw. No data points as far as I'm seeing. A little unfortunate. Alright, that looks like a way up.
There's not a lot of room for a fight down here.
Yeah, no kidding.
I have to be careful around that Snapmaw.
Oh, which way is it coming? Okay, so it comes in a little bit, but it looks like it should back off. Resource container. Okay, let's see if we can't get at that. Not kill the gullet. And then we can hit the purge water, or we can hit the, yeah, dispersal tanks on top. Pop! Damn it. I missed. Yeah, I think I'm gonna have a hard time hitting those, but we'll try again. Damn it! Okay, it says I hit the weak spot that time. Wait for it to start coming back. I have 30 skill points to spend. I should do that. Once we finish the cauldron. Yeah, see, it comes up this way a little bit. Does this thing. The wander away. It's a rough shot. Wasn't really worth it. Probably shouldn't have did that. Should have waited. As you were, big guy. I'm sorry about your cousin outside, by the way. Okay, that's not what I meant to do, but I'll take it, I guess. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, he is pissed. Understandably, if I got my tail knocked off, I'd be pissed too. Brother! Okay, you know what? It's fine. You're gonna die in a second. Just show me your tail. Come on. Show it to me. Thank you. Good night. Oh, fuck off with that. And after all of that, I didn't knock the container off, so I didn't get it anyway. Should have just gone for the parts on top. And he's fallen into water. Oh no. Okay, bye. Aloy, come on. Thank you.
This looks like some kind of gate. I wonder what it's used for.
Maybe it's a sluice gate? Oh, that's very bright.
There's a note over there. Too bad I can't override it from here.
Okay.
Can't reach the core from here. I'll have to keep going and hope there's another path to it. Looks like this whole place is some kind of pump. Question is, pump from what?
I don't think it was possible for... Like, the fact that there's all this stuff makes me think I wasn't going to reach the platform anyway. Like, I didn't... I deliberately missed it, but it probably would have blocked me or would have been just out of range anyway.
I'm making good use of this.
I knew there was gonna be a fucking spawn of bullshit. I knew it. Oh, fuck off. That was a good hit, and you know
I
it.
just need to move further into the cauldron. Find another way to that core chamber.
Right, he's down. This back. Man, these tripwires are so much less fun than the first game. It's really disappointing. Like, you could create all kinds of crazy, like, death fields.
Just have to turn them on.
And now it's just like, I don't know, half the time I put something on and it doesn't even work.
Guess this is better than climbing.
That works. Oh, you noticed that, did you? Nice. Okay, so that's where we came in, I think.
Let's see what this does.
That's fine, right? Surely.
This cauldron must be pumping it in. At this rate, I'll be able to swim my way to those overrides. If I can find my way back to the core.
Yeah, it didn't open the gate. Okay, so this is a dead end. Brother. Y'all need to chill. Come on, buddy, do your little prairie dogging. Do your little prairie dogging. You know you wanna. I see you thinking about it. You're doing a little butt wiggle. You're getting ready for it? Okay, fine. Fuck you. Oh, there's more creeps. Yes, I love the crate pulling minigame. It's my favorite. Please just let me up onto that. Please just game. Okay. Oh, I can get on that one, but I can't get on the thing that is of an equal height. Whatever. It's fine. I'm not even mad about it. Oh, is this where they came out of? Crystal braiding. Okay, so now we come up here, and then we get this. Dismount this guy.
Let's back up. Try again.
Question. Well, it's probably just gonna get circulated by the currents to where it needs to go. Or no, we put it right in the slot.
That's the spot. Should be able to climb up.
Yeah, thank you.
Oh.
Okay.
Another one of these. Maybe it'll raise the water.
Is this the water temple? Are we just doing Horizon's version of the water temple? I feel like that's what's going on right now. And I'm just gonna go ahead and grab my bow because it's probably gonna spawn somebody else to fight.
And the water stopped.
Trace back.
That tunnel looks like it leads out of here. But how to reach it?
Oh, no, wait, okay. We need to get the crate out of water somehow.
I'm too close. I need to find something that'll help me get to that rail.
Yeah, I'm working on it. So I need to get this out of this pool.
Don't think I'm getting this thing out of here. There has to be another way to get to that
Aloy!
rail.
Let me play the fucking
I
game.
don't think this is gonna help.
Aloy! So frustrating. Can I bring the water level back down?
Maybe if I lower the water, I can place the crate where I need it.
Man,
I can lower the water level with this. Might help me with my crate problem.
this yammering honestly puts the game from like an 8 out of 10 to a 7 out of 10.
be able to move that crate.
Let me have my moment of satisfaction.
Need to create some distance first.
Like, Zelda and Metroid do such a good job of letting you figure it out, and then once you've gotten the puzzle, it gives you a little tone of satisfaction, right? It gives you an indication of, yes, you did the thing, good job. But it doesn't
That crate might be useful.
hold your hand along the way. It doesn't tell you when you are
Once you do
on
it,
and off the right
I
track.
need to raise the water level.
And like the 3D ones, Ocarina of Time, Twilight Princess, Wind Waker, they do have something, right? They have your companion character, which you can prompt for assistance if you are lost, if you are stuck.
I need to raise
But the character doesn't just
Use the crate
talk
to climb up to that
arbitrarily. And it is so frustrating.
Here goes nothing. Should be able to use that crate to climb out of here now.
Alright, and we're back. Now, who else has shown up?
Should try something other than fire.
Belt Walker. Great. Burrower. Scrapper. Okay, let's go ahead and put this back on. Nope, that's the wrong bow. Yeah, you're what I wanted.
Place looks busy.
Oh, there's two shell walkers. I might have gotten both of its arms off. No. It still has its shield up, so we didn't get both of them, unfortunately. Alright. Again, two things off there. See if we can't take that scrapper out at a distance.
Careful now.
I love my stealth gear. The stealth gear is just better. Okay. Did not kill it, but it'll die on the next hit. Like so. Alright, and then... Alright, so that one is missing its... Okay, it is missing both arms. Makes my life easier. The power generator is on the underside. Maybe today is the day I finally get a shell container. Yes! Alright, now I just need the container to not get killed in the middle of the fight. Please, I'm begging you. You know, unfortunately, I've hit most of its weak spots at this point. So I kind of need to just blast the rest of it. No, don't hit the container! What is wrong with you? Let's just try for a basic headshot and see how much damage that does. Oh, that just killed it. Okay, cool. We take those. Oh shit, where did that guy come from? He was not...
Oh, looks like they called for backup.
Yeah, no shit.
Engines must be spitting out hunter-killers too.
Okay. We're not caught yet. Not in trouble just yet. Dude, get off my kill. Guy is an asshole. I do not like him. He is hyper aggressive. Like some kind of deadlock player. Dude, go away! What are you doing? Flash your fucking high beams at me? Go away! Go away! Get! Oh, fuck off. Are you seriously coming closer? Are you seriously approaching me right now? I'm gonna shoot you. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, you better fucking leave. Yeah, you better fucking leave. Don't gasp, bitch.
Better use something other than fire.
I want to try and get the shell off the walker without breaking the shell again, please. I hate you so much. Oh, they're upset. They're angry. And now, you. You were being a real asshole earlier, you know that? I don't appreciate it, and I'm done with you. Oh, that was weird.
Got it! Acid's all over it!
Ow.
Now to find a way back to the core.
Well, at least I got... Okay, the other crate survived. For a second, I thought it might have gotten destroyed in the crossfire, and I would have been so upset. Nice. Nothing amazing, but nice. Lightning gun. Scrapper radar. Hooray! More boxes. My favorite.
That's it. I can climb up from here.
Oh. Nice. Scrapper heart. Plasma quad. Huh, but this is a dead end, so that's not the way. Is it up here? Looks like I gotta
I can check on these
ride.
metal carriers from here.
Yep. Three, two, one, let's go. Oh, don't let go, don't let go, don't let go, don't let go.
Oh, that's new. Cold must be getting ready to release it. I need to get to the core, fast.
What is it? What am I looking at here? Hey, buddy. Was I supposed to go that way? Yes, I was. Okay, that works too. All right. Are we good now? Ooh. Right. And here we are.
I can't fight that thing in all this water. I need to hurry.
Okay. Oh no.
Now look, that thing's not gonna let me get anywhere near the core. the water level again. At least give me a fighting chance.
But where's the fucking pump room then? You say it's this way. Oh, this is spooky.
I need to find a way to the room I was in before. It's the only way to lower the water in here.
Where was... I don't remember how to get there is the thing. Was it up here somewhere? I really don't want to be fighting this thing. I really don't want to be dodging around this thing. Okay, it wasn't over here. Oh no, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off.
I gotta swim fast. Ah! Oh!
Fuck this. This sucks. This is not fun. This is terrifying.
Oh! Saw that note before. Maybe you can help me out.
Hey, that would have been really helpful before you put me in this shit situation.
Oh! And I'm back here again. I know it's in this area. Should help me lower the water.
Oh my god.
The only way I'm gonna get rid of that machine. Ah, water in my boots. That should help.
Are we good?
Do it?
Can I actually fight the thing now? Cool. Of course, it's not going to be that easy. Where is it? Of course, you're not going to tell me that either. Okay, what's the plan? What's the plan here? Okay, so it has... What are its main types? What's its output? Pulsing capsule, purge water cannon. Okay, so it does a lot of water damage. It is weak to lightning and frost damage. Okay, so I'll see what I can put on there. But as far as armor is concerned, yeah, I'm not getting anything from this for water protection. That does. Alright, put this on. Then give me defense against purge water damage. Yeah, that's probably gonna be the most effective thing. Like, there's definitely defense against melee, but put this on. Let me do it from this menu. Whatever. I'm not even mad. I'm not tilted. I'm fine. Explosive. Okay, so that has lightning on it. So I'll probably end up using a lot of that. And then we do have the Trip Caster that also has lightning, which will probably be more useful than this guy. Alright, let's try it.
Now we can do this on my terms.
Yeah, if you can swim faster than like a mile an hour, please. Get out of the water, get out of the water, get out of the water, get out of the water.
Here we go! Wire can't hold on to that.
Why not? I'm an idiot. Terrible shot. I don't actually know. Okay, I was hitting a weak spot there briefly. Oh shit, wrong weapon, wrong weapon. Come on. Ow, fuck. Oh, that was close. Ow! Ow! Ow, fuck. No, come on, come on. Get on it, get on it, get on it, get on it.
I can keep going.
Okay, I'm fine. Where's my shock traps? Too early! Holy crap. Okay, I'll take it. Ow! And I'm in the water. Come on, one more hit, one more hit. Oh, do not give me that right now. Good. Oh, what a correction! Okay, hang on. Where am I aiming on this fucker? There's an antenna on its back. I would like to get the purge water cannons off, so I should probably do that next. Got some canisters on the tail I could go after. Oh, I need to get the tail off. That's what I'm not doing. Alright. was a miss. Okay, let's see if we can't get some shock buildup. Come on, buddy. There you go. Shit, I'm on the wrong side though. What the fuck was that? Ow. Well, he gave me the tail. Oh my god!
I'll grab this now.
Yeah, you fucking better. Okay. I need potions. Okay. Next. Oh, fucker! So rude. Are you serious? Okay, use the potion now.
I needed that.
Ah, fuck. I'm about to die. Drop the tail. Okay, almost got him. Oh my god.
Heart's flying.
Woo!
We're done here. Time to get those overrides.
Fucking rip, bozo. Got the tail. Holy crap. That was a fuck of a fight. Okay. Got the heart, crystal braiding, volatile sludge. Okay, so nothing amazing, but not bad. And that plasma defense will probably be really useful whenever we go deal with the Zenith.
Pack's full, but my stash has room.
Woo! Used up all of my healing. Except for like one leftover potion. And yeah, there are healing items, there's medicine items around the map, but trying to pick them up mid-fight when it's shooting water spouts and everything is like, no. We did it, chat. We hung in there. Somehow. Oh yeah, now you give me a bunch of loot crates with potions and shit.
That's for when I need it.
One more, and then we can get out of here. Not a bad boss fight though, all things considered. I did enjoy it as much as I was raging at it as well.
Another mystery machine.
Alright, Rock Breaker. Tide Ripper. Tremor Tusk, hello. Stormbirds.
Looks like I'll have to restore some of these overrides.
Corrupted Thunderjaw. Corrupted Slitherfang. Corrupted Dreadwing. Haven't seen a Dreadwing yet. Corrupted Slaughter Spine?
Cauldron doors. They should lead me outside.
Excuse me, whoops the fuck is a Slaughter Spine? Also, I didn't get overrides for the Snap Maw, did I? Roller back? Shell Snapper. No, that's Cauldron Chi. So I'll have to figure that out later.
This cauldron must have been pumping water in and out to release aquatic machines. Huh. Smart.
Wait, isn't there where I had to dodge past the Snap Maw? Is he still here? Or maybe that was the guy... Yeah, I don't see him anymore. Maybe that was the one that got released into the core and I blew his tail off. Yeah, looks like we're in the clear. A lovely individual. Yeah, I'm sure if we invite him to the next barbecue, it'll be a great time. The Shell Snapper left. Well, that's polite of it. This is pretty. Alright, let's get back up to our camp from before. See if we can't restock a couple of things. Yeah, nothing about that was really, like... You know, there were a couple minor gripes and everything, you know, a lot of box pushing. It was like, alright, whatever, that's just sort of the theme for this dungeon. Like, all that was fine. It was just the amount of talking. It's like, I don't need you to tell me these things. I want to figure them out. Stop telling me. We're gonna go to the stash. Actually, let's make ammo first. Okay, so you're good. Restock that. Restock that. Restock those. Restock. Good. 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 Alright, that should do it. And then didn't get anything to upgrade those. I do want to. No room in my pouch. Really? Oh, I see. Because my potion pouch. Okay. We'll get rid of this. Weapon stamina. Yeah, I don't care about weapon stamina. So put those away. This is why I had so few potions. Fucking hell, game. Alright, whatever. Because my potion pouch was getting split up with potions I never use. Right, and then give me the purple. I guess we'll take some of the blue coils as well, just in case. I say I'm taking these, but like, I don't think I actually have any coils to equip them in. There's the fire. I was like, there should be a fire here. And I saw people. Are they friendly people? Well, they're not marked as unfriendly. Looks like Sky Tribe. Alright, well good luck with that, fellas.
The coordinates that Gaia gave me for Demeter are close.
The heck is all this? A rock. What is this place? I'm sorry, Mr. Owl. Shit. Can't see shit, Captain. No, let me get it. Thank you. Okay, so I think the other owl flew away.
It's always good to have extra.
large facility, whatever this place is. I don't think I can make it through the bushes here. Those 7 fellows? Looks like indoor.
Shock ammo would come in handy.
Can't enter this. Really? That's the best you can do. Just an invisible wall with a warning. That's lazy design, fellas. I tell you what.
There's lights in that ruin.
Uh-oh.
Oh, damn. Oh. Hold your fire! I'm not here to fight!
The barbarian's pinned down. Move in!
Okay.
Okay, whoever these people are, it looks like we're not gonna be friends. I need to get past these hostiles and into the ruins.
For the quest! Don't let her choose the ground! Off the horse!
Oh shit! Hi!
Ancestors!
Gwen Marine. Really? Aloy, hit the head. Thank you. Thank you. Oh wait, hang on. Well, Sonic, happy Saturday. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, maybe don't spend so much time like showboating and actually spend time shooting. Chicken fajita, nice. That sounds very good. Oh no! Oh, he might just burn to death. Or I could just shoot him. Either one works, really. I don't know, it seems to be working pretty well for me. Are you just gonna stand by a burning barrel?
These people. And why are they out for blood? I better get to Demeter fast in case there's more of them. According to Gaia, it should be somewhere in these ruins.
Where'd that guy go? There he is. Well, that's quite the welcome party. Oh, I'm not in my stealth gear anymore. Admittedly, I think was fine for that fight, but I do want to be back in it. Is that not for me? So these guys are not to knock, that looks like. But who are they? Nothing up here, okay. This feels like a trap of some kind. Oh wait, what? Ooh, shiny. Very shiny. Okay, supply cache, don't really care. I am looking for data. I want data. Give me your data. Give me your lore bits.
Looks like some sort of old office complex.
Like that. What is that?
Another tall neck.
Oh, cool. Well, I will Actually, can I get out of here? Where is that? You say there's a tall neck. It is that. Okay, yeah, we'll hit that after we do this. Oh, this looks like a kill box. The greenhouse. Really just gonna make me walk into this?
The Greenhouse. Faro Automated Solutions industry-leading biotech research facility.
Cool, Pharaoh.
Environmental remediation. Organic waste management. Whatever your company needs, here at the Greenhouse, we'll help solve your problems. Naturally.
A Pharaoh
Naturally.
research facility.
Naturally. Naturally.
The Greenhouse. Faro
Okay,
Automated
thank you.
Solutions industry-leading biotech research facility.
What is that?
Environmental remediation.
Admitten Wrath Burn Dream 1. Code fragment. Aberrant code from the Greenhouse Pharaoh facility. Function true. If I had a dream, which was not all a dream. Oh, I had a dream, which was not all a dream. The bright sun was extinguished, and the stars did wander darkling in the eternal space. Rayless and pathless, and the icy earth swung blind and blackening in the moonless air. Morn came and went and came and brought no day, and men forgot their passions in the dread of this their desolation, and all hearts were chilled into a selfish prayer for light. And they did live by watchfires, and the thrones, the places of crowned kings, the huts, the habitations of all things which dwell, were burnt for beacons. Cities were consumed, and men were gathered round their blazing homes, to look once more into each other's face. Happy were those who dwelt within the eye of the volcanoes in their mountain torch. A fearful hope was all the world contained. And that was just in the code?
Management. Whatever your company needs, here at the Greenhouse, we'll help solve.
Well, that's fucking ominous.
A metal flower. Demeter should be right beyond that door. But those vines are blocking the way.
Oh, these are where the metal
Cut through
flowers
them.
come
I'm gonna need to find
from.
another way in.
Because the metal flowers in the first game all contained poetry. Something in the greenhouse's code started generating poetry, and it got stored within the code base of the flowers. Okay, so I need to find... Oh, there you go. No, that's... Is it over here? Yeah, there you go. Did you say the poetry arose from this place? You know, I wouldn't have, but you're so right. I can't deny it. Hello, T-Shell. I hope you're having a good Saturday. Welcome in. Good weekend. A little poetry in the code is not a bad idea. Doesn't have to be, you know, a rhyming structure, but, you know, just a nice A nice flow, a nice logic, makes sense.
A room with no way out. Great. At least there's a console.
What does this say? A difficult beginning. A text log from Tala Aquino in the greenhouse, September 4th, 2043. Science is a process of discerning patterns, finding a sense of order amongst the chaos. Never has that been more pertinent than today. Here at the greenhouse, between the construction bots, the strewn wreckage of last night's storm, the howls of protesters who don't even know the nature of our work, amongst all this, we must find method. All week, the Verts have been delivering sets of bewildered faces, and I've promised my paymasters that these looks of stunned incredulity hide some of the world's top minds, from which ideas will sprout that can feed a starving world, if we work fast enough. If we knew what it was we were doing, it would not be called research, now would it? Einstein said that. So we strike out from the shores of the known and swim into the deep oceans of the possible, knowing that we must find something before the world drowns. Does the man who is guiding us understand the work we must do? There is no doubt that Ted Faro is a business savant when it comes to robotic assistance. But does he grasp the science as well as the marketing? He and his board can sense that what the world wants from a fashion app, but the choices they make now will determine whether a million starve here or country falls into the void there. Faro has grasped the fact that action is necessary, but can he really be a force to save the world? Spoiler, no.
A log.
Just got off the line with US Robot Command. Time's running out. Didn't have the heart to tell Harris that our cure might be worse than the disease. Even if adamantine wreath works, we still have to prove we can curtail the trailing plants efficiently. But Cobble's team is working on it over at Test Station Ivy. He'll come through. He has to.
Adamantine wreath. Another secret project. Well, they made the metal flowers here and the vines, so maybe I can find a way to destroy them. If I can find Test Station Ivy. How do I get out of here?
There we go.
There we go.
There we go.
Great. These guys again. Whoever they are, they want me dead. I better be careful.
So, question. So I believe either the 2030s or the 40s were the clawback decade, where the world was essentially undergoing systemic collapse, and multiple efforts were taken to make the world habitable again. Okay. Still...
Okay. I could take those soldiers out quietly.
Yeah. Whew. There are a lot of them. Alright, I count 5 dudes. What are they saying?
There's a barbarian in the compound. She got past the lookouts. Find her, kill her, and bring her head to the lieutenant.
Understood.
I guess diplomacy's off the table.
Fair enough. Okay, so that guy doesn't have a helmet. Does that one have a helmet? Yes. That one has a helmet. Can't see the
The
others.
ancestors led us here. Knowledge will be found.
But who are these guys? They're not Tenakth. They seem to hold this place in very high reverence.
What I wouldn't give for some pastries from the Great Delta.
Did you see that too?
This is a little hairy.
I'm too late.
But if I can pick one of these guys off as the others turn away. Shit, 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 shit. Shit, shit, shit. Oh, that was so close. Just
There's
turn
no
around.
one. Call it off. Relax. We're good.
Unfortunately, as close as they got, they all wandered off before I could pick any of them off. Any of them off. But that's okay. I wonder. Oh, that did like fuck all.
Whoa.
It corroded his armor, but it didn't really hurt him that much. Which is unfortunate. Because that's kind of the main thing that I wanted it to do, you know? Okay, just hold still, buddy. Oh, I'm setting myself up for trouble here. Okay, that's the only one that's actually on, like, a track. Different way. Nice. Okay.
Sorry. False alarm.
Give it up. Get back to what we were doing.
You see that?
You're gonna be like this the whole watch.
Orbo does not have any accuracy on it, is the problem. Unfortunately, that is also my only source of acid damage right now.
Who did this?
Okay, that hurt them.
Contact! Attack!
This is gonna be really funny.
Can you see it? You're actually
Oh
going.
my god. Never mind, it was not funny because Aloy apparently has no throwing arm. That worked! Ow! Where the fuck did that come from? Okay, there's still people. There's still people here. You! Whom's the fuck is that? Also, he can teleport. So that's cool. Okay, I will try that again. That one was not as effective. That was also not as effective. Poke. Poke. Okay, that's just apparently out of range entirely, so that's cool.
I really wish these people would have talked to me instead of trying to kill me.
That would be nice.
Oh no, I need to find a way out of this courtyard.
Diplomacy is underrated. Ooh. Elite Blast Trap. Berserk Hunter arrows are now available for one of your Hunter bows. Fire these arrows at human or machine enemies to build up Berserk. Once in the state, they will attack the nearest target regardless of whether it is friend or foe. Oh, that's why Berserk is fun. Wear down the strength of your opponents by making them fight each other. Cool. Targeting Hunter arrows are now available for one of your Hunter bows. These special arrows designate a target for overridden machines to attack for a limited time. Oh, so I can direct them, at least somewhat. That's nice. I appreciate that. Okay, I do want to take a second because I have 36 skill points and I should spend them on something. Oh, what do I want to spend them on? Do sticky bombs. Ooh, all like wounded damage centric. It's not fun. I don't want to be critically injured most of the time. Reduce visibility to enemies. That's nice. Silent Strike builds up Resonator energy and deals more damage when your spirit is fully charged. Okay, sure. Attach a special module to spirit. Immediately trigger a powerful blast wave. Okay, well, go ahead and do that. Because better stealth is always good. Move faster with heavy weapons? Sure. What's this down here? Grapple launch from flying mounts. Okay, so that doesn't give me flying mount control. Okay. All overridden machines emit arcs of electricity. Okay, so that's kind of cool. For the second arrow, I've currently selected type into the sharp shot. Okay, that's not bad. But I kind of like the focus shot already. Let's see, what else can we do? Automatically recover health sooner when dangerously wounded. Sure, give me that. Fire a special alert that does damage but can stagger or knock down machines. Actually, that seems really good, especially now that I have that, like, grapple strike. So I can just knock them down and then go in for the combo. Which is pretty good. Okay, that's nice, because that'll give me something that basically just lets the ropecaster work faster. Or a special arrow that attaches to an enemy for a limited time, detonated with melee for extra damage. Okay, that's kind of fun. Wait, where'd that go? This guy. Energize the spear faster, deal more damage with Resonator. Powerful spin attack. Critical strikes deal more damage. Okay, I do want that. Deal more damage with light and heavy. Okay, fine. So give me that. What was the first game to introduce skill tree? In terms of a design like this or WoW's talent trees, I don't know, but you'd probably be going back to some game in like the 90s. Okay. Okay, I mean, that seems pretty good. Don't really craft in the field with those. I always spent most of the skill points. I don't want to harp on this for too long. Sure, go ahead and give me this, just so I can get this. This seems kind of cool. Good enough. Yeah, I don't know. That would be interesting, though, to find out where the talent tree system
That door looks promising.
originated. Because, I mean, people have done, like, variant skill options since the tabletop days. Like a tree design? I don't know.
I submit. Do as you will.
I didn't want to fight your friends out there. They attacked me.
If by death alone I can atone our trespass.
I'm not gonna kill you, okay? I just want to figure out what's going on. Where did you get that focus?
I'm of the chosen people. The Quen. The ancestors left the power of the focus to us alone, the eye that reveals the legacy.
Okay.
The legacy, huh?
The legacy? The truth. It is in the darkness and the lost places. Among the ancient ashes and the bones of the before that it lies waiting. As a diviner, it is my task to seek it out. For the good of my people.
You're looking for data. Maybe we can help each other. What's your name?
Alva. Second diviner of the Eastern Expedition.
I'm Aloy. Why don't we start again?
Ideally without the murdering. Alright, tell me... What's your folks' deal?
I've never heard of the Quen.
Our lands lie across the Great Ocean.
What?
We haven't been here before.
So why come now?
Our homeland has been ravaged by freakish weather. Terrible storms and blistering droughts. The crops are failing. The people are starving.
Okay, so that's
When
expanding.
we looked for answers, it was proposed that if we had the courage to cross the ocean to Legacy's landfall, then we might earn the knowledge we need to save our people.
Okay,
But
well,
so far, that knowledge has eluded us.
well, you're on the right track.
So, your people call this place Legacy's Landfall?
No. Landfall is where we arrived. To the west, in the shadows of the sunken city by the broken bridge.
You mean San Francisco?
Yes. You're well versed in the Legacy. It was a place of great importance to our ancestors. We had hoped to learn their secrets there, but so far that door remains closed. Even so, the data we discovered there has led us to this place. It might be our last chance.
To find something that can save your crops and your people.
Yes. If the ancestors will be generous to us once more.
Oh, look at all the jade they have. That's a cool detail. That's neat. I like that.
So you said your ancestors left your tribe that focus?
Yes.
It's very
13
large.
diviners have possessed this one since it was discovered among the ruins in our homeland. I have their honored names committed to memory.
So you have one, but none of the soldiers out there did.
We each have a role to play. No, it is the diviner's purpose to seek out the legacy, interpret the wisdom of our ancestors for the good of all, and to keep it safe, so that no one but the diviners know how to use a focus. Not even the Imperial family, and certainly not soldiers.
So how many diviners are there?
At Landfall, a small group. Back at home, a few dozen more. That's a guess. Only the overseers know for sure, and I am not of their rank.
Interesting. Also, somehow the Imperial family came back, so that didn't change very much. Chat, keep an eye on her hands next time she talks. It looked like they were covered in ink, but I couldn't quite tell in the lighting.
So you call data from the ancient past the legacy?
Yes, all that is
Okay,
not
maybe
lost
not.
or forbidden.
I think it was just
What
lighting.
does that mean?
All that we are capable of reading, and that which is permitted.
Okay, I'm not sure I get it. That's fine. So what do you use the data for?
The greatest secrets are the ones that improve the lives of many. How to tend our crops, how to hold floodwaters back, or even cross the ocean.
Technology.
That is what I seek here. Technology that can help my people back home.
Those soldiers, they opened fire on me without warning. Why?
It is the duty of the Quen to seek out the legacy and defend it from the ignorant and envious. Not that you seem ignorant. But back home, other tribes only mean us harm, and we were told the same was true here.
Well, if you shoot
Come
first...
from your legacy?
The legacy is truth. But we have been known to misinterpret it. I hope time and the wisdom of our ancestors will guide us down the correct path.
Yeah. I hope so too.
So this is really interesting. Actually, this is really interesting. So, Project Zero Dawn was set in essentially the middle of the North American continent, where the Pharaoh Plague originated and started to expand around the world. The U.S. Rockies, or that general region, at least as the way the first game portrayed it, would be sort of the last region on the world to be encompassed by the Pharaoh Plague. Everything, it would sort of wrap around the globe in either direction and meet in the middle of the North American continent. So that's what Enduring Victory was, right? Is to essentially establish Fortress America and create as many buffer lines as possible to slow the spread of the plague, to give Zerodyne as much time as it could to come to fruition, right? And all the incubator pods, the incubator cradles that would, hold the genetic embryos needed to repopulate humanity, and the seed beds and all of that were sort of set up in facilities within the Zero Dawn safe zone. But the Quen implies the presence of an Asiatic population bed, an Asiatic cradle. It's certainly possible that part of Gaia's distribution plan, once the plague had subsided, was to take some of the population samples, seed beds, animal groups, etc., and distribute them across the Earth at large, so you didn't just have everybody growing in the same spot, right? You had a more even distribution of everything happening at the same time. That could explain where the Quen are coming from. What's interesting, though, is the information, the historical records, the data that they are building off of is probably coming from a very different place, because, Pharaoh is an American company, and they definitely had competitors from other regions, other countries, that would not have looked on them very kindly. So it's possible that the sort of history that the Quen have established themselves off of has a very, shall I say, negative outlook on a lot of the ancestral parties that we already know about.
I'm looking for a place in this facility called Test Station Ivy. Have you found any data that mentions it?
No. But I did find something that looks like a map. But it was unreadable. Lost.
Maybe I can make some sense of it.
There.
There's a lot of files here.
Oh dear.
I've been through all of them. Look in the GH facility section. Like I said, a lost file.
You can't see the map? It's okay. It looks like your focus is an early model.
That's why it's so big.
The operating system won't be able to read any files created after the mid-2050s. But I could share them with you.
Share them? You can see what is lost and forbidden.
Not lost, not forbidden, just a newer format. There. That's where I need to go.
But you can't get there. We've been here for a week trying to get deeper into the complex. The way has been blocked by rubble.
What about this tunnel? It looks like it unlocks from here.
No. I thought these might be some kind of access controls, but I couldn't read enough data to make them work.
Let's try with my focus, okay?
I believe these consoles were meant to be operated in unison, but I'm not sure.
Alright. Oh wait, hang on. More data. Growing concern. Message log, data corruption partial. Data corrupted. We already have moderate but promising results from the Insect Protein Initiative. Head. It's a dead end. 12 competitors ahead of us on farm protein. Our team is pushing to improve the yield, and once they've... No. Kill the program today. Plant gene sequencing stuff is where we've got an edge, but I want every program to link up to the harvester our robotics team is developing. You're talking about flushing 6 months of research. Our AI tells us the plants you're creating aren't robust enough for auto-harvesting. You wanted me to feed starving people, Ted. That research will help. We will feed them. From a Pharaoh harvester. This is too sudden. We can't reconfigure everything that quickly. You have to think bigger, Tala. What was it you wrote to the team this morning? One of those quotes you're always throwing around? If I have seen further, it is by standing on the shoulders of giants. Isaac Newton. Well, Newton didn't have the resources we've got, Tala. He couldn't dream of the horizons we can already see. We're the giants now. God, he's a douche. He's even bigger asshole than he was in the first game.
Okay, here we go.
Following your lead. The ancestors have shown us the way.
This is
Come
the
on,
way.
let's go.
You want me to come with you?
It took both of us to open up that tunnel, didn't it?
Yep. Ladders are for chuds. Yeah, this has seen better days. My AI says this isn't food. Brock, is this food? She'd be dead.
According to the map, there should be another exit further in. Just stay close.
Lead the way.
She'd walk it off. It's fine.
I can't believe you actually got us in. I was dreading having to stay here any longer with those soldiers. The way they slaughtered the barbarians that approached the site. It was like they enjoyed it. Most of my people aren't like that, I promise.
If you say so.
Certainly not a great introduction between peoples.
Oh, fire gleam.
Alright, stand
Better
back.
stand back.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, that was loud.
Yeah, hopefully nothing minded that. Dude, just let me scan it. The hell?
There has to be a way out of here.
Game. There we go. Admitten Wreath. Oh, Adamantine Wreath. Burn Dream. Function true. Forests were set on fire, but hour by hour they fell and faded, and the crackling trunks extinguished with a crash, and all was black. The brows of men by the despairing light wore an unearthly aspect, as by fits the flashes fell upon them. Some lay down and hid their eyes and wept, and some did rest their chins upon their clenched hands and smiled, and others hurried to and fro, and fed their funeral pyres with fuel, and looked up with mad disquietude on the dull sky, the pall of a past world. And then again, with curses cast them down upon the dust, and gnashed their teeth and howled. The wild birds shrieked, and terrified did flutter on the ground, and flap their useless wings. The wildest brutes came tame and tremulous, and vipers crawled and twinned themselves among the multitude. Hissing but stingless, they were slain for food. And war, which for a moment was no more, did glut himself again. The meal was bought with blood, and each sate sullenly apart, gorging himself in gloom. No love was left.
What's that thing in the wall?
Thing in the wall, thing in the wall, thing in the wall, thing in the wall. Thing in the wall? What are you talking about, Alva? What you talking about, Alva? Right here? No.
What's that thing in the wall?
Oh.
There has to be a way out.
Yeah, I got it.
Through here.
I don't think there's gonna be anyone down here. So it should be safe.
A dead end. Maybe we should try another path.
Hang on. Okay, there's the tall neck signal again. Okay. I don't think we want to get in the water. Yeah, it's not letting me in the water.
We haven't tried that smaller tunnel over there.
Yeah, I'm going for it.
According to the map, the exit should be this way.
Okay, and then this goes around. Oh, look at that. Nice.
Must have taken a wrong turn.
No, we're exploring, Alva. This is how we do things here.
I'll be glad to get back above ground.
Yeah, it feels like a tomb down here.
Knowing the old world, it probably partly is. Rock, is this food? There was a meme I saw the other day of someone quoting the line from Dune of those who give their minds to machines enslave themselves to the people that make the machines, and then someone asked Grok to explain the quote to them, and it's like, brother. Oh! Oh!
That can't be good.
They fly to and from the complex several times a day. Only the ancestors know why.
Well, the ancestors are dead, Elva.
Of course. How else could they be ancestors?
Fair enough.
Looks like we have more pressing concerns. Follow my lead.
Life in the hothouse. Message log. Data corrupted. She sabotaged the project. You know how many lives could have been lost over an affair? You know, we're working to see what data can be recovered. In the meantime, we spent weeks chasing results that have gone nowhere. Kochanski's project should have been the answer. Can we remember that Dr. Kochanski's libido played a big part in this? Not that big a part, not helpful, Akrafy. Can we please concentrate on the plant propagation and not human reproduction? Precisely. It is our job, our responsibility, to deliver these crops, which is why I'm reassigning Dr. Samuelson to another team. She sabotaged a project and she's staying, and we will all have to make up the time lost. How? We're already working nights and weekends, which is cut down on the level of infidelity. Not helpful, Akrafy. Charles Darwin, a man who dares to waste 1 hour of time, has not discovered the value of life. And we hold so much life in our hands. So we'll do whatever we have to do to finish the work. Albert Einstein. Two things are infinite: the universe and human stupidity. Dr. Samuelson has proved that. Surely we can agree she has to go. She's staying. That comes all the way from the top. Farah. Of course. Not the kind of fellow to put ethics ahead of results. Enough! All of you. Your objections are noted. Please do not persist unless you want me to take the messaging system offline. What? What did Samuelson, like, who is she fucking? And who is she fucking hard enough, figuratively or literally, to sabotage an entire project? Right, need to get out of here now. The Hiffle? I mean, that's where we came from. So you would think you need to go that way. But the wall's too high. There's no grapple point. I mean, there's one way out there. That doesn't help. Yeah, that's where we came in from, right? Or no? No, this is the way out. God damn it.
Machines.
We can fight them, or try to sneak past. Your call.
Tracker Burrower. Well, that guy's gotta go. Like, absolutely, we gotta ditch the tracker before it spots us. Another
That'll do a lot of damage.
Nothing too crazy difficult in this group, at least. Hold. Ah! Missed the sweet spot. He pops up that way. Let's see, so we're trying to get across into that building. I don't think we need to fight the whole group. Yeah, so he pops up that way so we don't get a shot on the weak spot. Shit! Are you serious? I'm amazed that nothing else picked that up. Like, it definitely screamed. something should have caught the signal. I'm glad it didn't. I'm just really surprised and confused. Of course you did that right behind the tree. Fuck you. Alright, come on back, buddy. Back, give me a little kiss. Oh, yep, he picked it up. Spotted that he did. Like, well, that's right peculiar, that is. Oh, right, they can do that. I forgot about that little detail. That does make things a bit more precarious. Oh, not yet, not yet, not yet. Okay, there we go.
That machine will shrug off acid. No good.
Alright, so we just need to get... Alva, move please. There you go. Just wait for this guy to come back. I think he's gonna... Oh, nope. There he goes. Okay. Up the wall. Up the wall. Up the wall. Quickly, quickly.
A vent. I think I can pull it open. Got it.
I'm right behind you.
I see that. All right. That went well.
Maybe we can get through that hatch on the ground. It looks like the one we used at the first station. There's
Boogie.
consoles up here too!
But no way to get to them. You stay put. I'll see what I can find.
Okay. Like that was just for the crate.
There has to be another way to reach those consoles.
I mean, I can just jump, right? Oh, it's gonna start a fight. There's gonna be some kind of fight down here, isn't there? Okay, so that needs some kind of key.
I think I can move these things.
Okay.
There we go. Huh. There's some space back there.
Oh, fancy. What's back behind this one?
Supplies.
Supplies, motherfucker.
Aha! This should help.
Is that? No. No, no more data points. A battery storage pack. Oh. That might be useful.
This one won't budge. Maybe one of the others.
I wonder if the battery's like in the way.
There we go.
That looks like some sort of conveyor.
That's a big door.
You think you can move it over to me?
Yeah. If you can hop on top of it, I can get you to those consoles.
Exactly.
Wow, this moves surprisingly easily. Are you gonna jump? Oh, a little bit more.
Hold it there. Let me just... I jumped on top.
Hold on.
That's good. Jumping over. Made it. I'm at the console. Wait. There's data here. A lot. But it's blocked. Something's restricting access. If I can't get past it, my mission here is doomed.
Although I'll help. If I can, okay? But first we have to get out of here.
Right. We need to open the hatch. Okay, let's see.
Oh, this is gonna be a fight, isn't it?
Okay. I'm unlocking a storage unit.
Oh.
There should be a power cell inside. Then you need to find a way into the generator room.
Okay, I'm on it.
Actually, here. I wonder if there's anything behind this thing. No. Okay. Grab one of these guys. And then you need to go in there. Oh, I see. Can I? I don't think I can climb with this. Oh, I need to open the door first. Yep, there you go.
Aloy, would you mind warning me next time you decide to, blow up a wall?
I'll, try.
She's not used to having other people
Okay.
on her
That
expeditions.
brought power back to the doors. You can reach me now.
On my way.
You can drop that track, by the way. We don't need it anymore. Thank you.
Okay. We need to operate both consoles simultaneously to open the hatch.
I'll get to the other console. You stay here.
Okay.
Ready when you are.
Okay, you ready? On 2. 1, 2.
Commencing adamantine wreath vulnerability test scenario 12C15.
Okay. Ready.
Okay, that's where we need to go.
Magnetic field engaged. Initiating biomass conversion process.
What?
Oh no.
No, 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 no. How do I shut this thing off?
Failsafe exceeded. Test cannot be aborted.
What is this?
The Pharaoh plague.
That's how the world ended.
Test complete. Adamantine wreath structural integrity uncompromised.
Shit!
What did we just see?
And then they put that in their machines.
Alva. Let's meet below. I'm gonna share a file with you, okay?
Test log, I think it's Tuesday the 2nd? Who cares? I'll say this for the end of the world. It's jam-packed with irony. We developed biomass conversion here. Infinite food for infinite machines. And now we're racing against time to find something to give them indigestion. Well, it works. War machines won't be able to eat the wreaths. But can we deploy them in time? God, I hope so.
I don't understand.
Your ancestors? They were wiped out. Your legacy didn't tell you that?
The time of ashes. But most of the data about that is lost, or forbidden.
Well, they created machines that consumed all
Exactly.
life. You just saw how. It's a miracle anything survived.
I don't want to know this. This is not why I'm here. I need the wisdom of my ancestors to help save my people, not forbidden knowledge of their sins. I need to find something that helps, something to bring back. The Overseers will punish me. Or even worse, people will die. Do you understand? My family. My sister. I left her when she was 14. Already you could see her bones. They will starve.
Alva. Alva. I get it. I do. It's hard to explain, but you and I are working toward the same goal. And if I succeed, your people won't need any data. Things will just... they will get better.
But even if I believe you, my people won't. I need to bring something back.
Okay. Then we'll go to Test Station Ivy. And if I can find a way to kill those vines, then I will have access to the data core. What I need is in there. I'm pretty sure that if I take it, it will unblock access to all the data that this place has. And that will give you something to bring home.
I'm not sure I understand. But every secret makes its own maze. A diviner must persevere. Go on. I'll follow.
We need to keep moving. Test Station Ivy can't be far off.
Well, that was bleak. Okay, so now it's underneath us. Ladders are for chumps.
Another maze.
Ow!
The road to truth is never a straight line.
Okay. That one didn't work so great.
So the metal flowers, what the data referred to as adamantine wreaths.
That would have been kind of great if I had just taken so much fall damage I died instantly and Alpha was like, well, shit.
They were supposed to stop the destruction that caused the Time of Ashes?
Looks like it. I guess something went wrong.
So, I never asked. Are you from around here?
No, I'm not. I spent most of my life in a place far to the east.
Oh, we've both traveled a long way then.
All relative. I don't really blame them for trying to hedge their bets and find multiple solutions to their problem, but I'm not sure
Cold and damp.
what the plan with the metal flowers was exactly. Like, it seems like they're trying to propagate a form of life that the Pharaoh machines can't eat, but it also makes them kind of incompatible with everything else.
Okay. Let's find a way to get into the proving ground.
I wonder if that has something to do with the blight as well, if it's some sort of propagation of the same thing that the metal flowers are made from.
That complex should be Test Station Ivy.
Well, let's hope it holds the answers we seek.
I'm gonna have to fight the giant deathbird here, aren't I? I feel like tripwires are not gonna be super helpful against a giant deathbird. Probably should grab something else. Oh, Berserker Hunter Bow. Okay, and then that has the other thing on it as well. Direct attacks of overridden machines, that's what it was.
It's so still.
Yeah. Keep your guard up.
Here comes the deathbird.
Whoa! We have to find
It's one of those machines!
It can turn invisible.
Oh,
We're gonna
it was,
have to take it out to get into the test station.
it was just here the whole time. It was just hiding. Dreadwing. Large and powerful flying combat machine. Its attacks include a range of disruptive status effects, making it dangerous and tenacious. Okay, what do we got? Flash blinders on its ears. Oh, it's a bat! It would be much cuter if it weren't like 50 feet tall and deadly. Metal fangs. Okay, so see if we can get the fangs off. And the blinders on its ears are probably worth trying to get rid of. Metal bite in its gullet. Stamina drain containers on either side. Sparkers in the shoulders. Resource containers in its elbow. And bomb launchers. And a stealth generator in its groin slash buttock. Antenna on the back. Where is that? Damage dampening container. Oh, on the giant Gundam backpack. And then a radar in its butt. Okay, so try and get the stuff along the head and chest just to disable a lot of its attacks, and then we can go for the stuff on the back.
You with me?
Okay, I want to switch. I don't want this because the Berserk isn't going to be very helpful against a lone target. But this might be helpful for getting some of those parts off. Holy shit!
Yes.
Okay, got something. Oh, it spits acid.
I'll do my best.
That's all I ask, honey. Okay, weak to fire. Uh-oh. Where was the stealth generator? In its groin. Shit. That's a miss. Okay, that got something off. Oh, okay. That's fun. Love that.
Just show us the way!
Oh, there he is.
Here's ammunition!
Oh, fuck. A little busy right now, but thank you. Oh, fire! Yeah, it would be nice. Shit. Not good. Not good. Not good. This thing's kinda nuts. Uh-oh. I think I, like, barely caught it on the toe. Not really helpful. I really want to get rid of that stealth generator. Honey, move. Ow. Hit it in the weak spot. Ow! Really? Not sure what I'm supposed to really do there. Oh shit! Okay, that didn't quite work. See, I appreciate that she's throwing a bunch of ammunition for me, but it's like, where is it? You know? Dude, stop with the stealthing. Oh my god!
That was amazing. Terrifying, but amazing.
That was sick!
We should be able to get into Test Station Ivy now.
Oh! A meadow flower. It just had one.
It's carrying one of the metal flowers. Is that how they've been distributed? Air drops
Goodness,
from
I
these
hope
machines?
not.
We shouldn't linger here. There might be more machines.
Yeah, fair, but I want my loot. Flash binder. Metal fang. I think that's it. I didn't see any other parts come off. Yeah, I think it was like going into an attack when it hit the death trigger, and it just like launched it into the air. It was so cool. I think that's... Oh wait, there's one more thing over there. Yeah, I don't think Yeah, we missed one of the metal fangs. It's okay. Oh, I guess we knocked the Sparker off. Cool. They resist. Right, well, let's get out of here before anything else decides to show up.
There has to be some data here on the adamantine wreath we can use.
I trust your focus will see what mine cannot.
Feeding the world. Minimal corruption data log. From Tala Aquino, personal log of Greenhouse, September 15, 2047. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Arthur C. Clarke. You're supposed to understand the trick once it's done, when the curtain pulls back to reveal the mirrors. Yet I still have no idea how we achieved this act of scientific conjuring. It's not just the speed with which the projects have come together, or the stability of the results despite the complexity of the bioengineering. It isn't even the huge variety of crops that can now be made more heat, drought, and disease resistant. It is the simple fact that all of these results are tangible. No announcement in scientific journals, no celebrating predictions born from simulations. Our research team has become manifest in physical artifacts. Where our dream took root in an abandoned industrial site 4 years ago, now there stands row upon row of automated FAS farming units, each of which can conduct gene manipulation in the field. Actual field. These robots analyze soil composition, light intensity, temperature, wind speed, and 100 other factors. Then, utilizing the gene sequences we created, they can select or construct a plant to produce the best yields for that location. Of course, all of the crops these units create are best harvested by other FAS machines. But when a population is starving, what government is going to quibble about being forced to use our robots to speed things up? Would I be uncomfortable? Watching Ted Farrow's coffers swell with money from the desperate and the starving? Maybe. But I know that it is his belief, money, and drive that has filled the world's empty stomachs. Inspiration can only be experienced by the living. We have given them back their lives. Us. Our work. Pharaoh's resources. Science's triumph. Together, we have changed the world.
Oh, that's interesting.
Find something?
The 4th test station. Willow. It looks like it's underwater.
Huh. That might be worth a look sometime.
Wonder if that leads into Burning Shores. Okay, so it looks
I
like
must have faith. I
nothing
walk
in
with
here.
the ancestors. We shall find what we seek.
This console's still operational.
okay, shiny. Anything else in here? Doesn't look like it.
Another log.
We're done in every way. The wreaths work, and Cobble came through on a way to destroy them. Downloading a coded key into the deployment shell triggers an enzyme that causes the wreaths to eat themselves from within.
Huh.
But it's too late. The latest projections from US Robot Command have swarm reproduction, outpacing our ability to drop the shells by 375%. Not even close. I guess we deserve this. I deserve it for what I made here. This will be my last log before evacuation.
They were trying to poison the food
So all
supply.
their efforts were in vain. They ran out of time.
At least we have the software module they created. It should get rid of the vines produced by the metal flowers. I need a workbench to load the module onto my spear.
There's one back at our camp. The map showed a path leading back there past the next room.
They were trying to create something that the machines would eat. And in eating it, they could then trigger a self-destruct module that would destroy the machines internally. Interesting. But then there were just too many machines, they couldn't deploy it fast enough. But the units survived, and now they're propagating out into this world. They're still trying to do their function, even though the mission's long over. Marjane Nafisi has resigned. I'm probably saying that name wrong. From Talakino personal log, The Greenhouse, August 2nd, 2049. From Marjane's letter, it is with regret that I resign. I share that regret. You served as an excellent deputy, but no single person is above the team or the project. Aim to create life, not to destroy it. After all we've achieved together, I did not expect such lack of vision. Yes, our research team shifted direction, but biomass conversion is no different than burning wood in a stove or distilling ethanol from molasses. It is a method to release solar energy that was captured organically. Yes, there are military applications for this technology. That does not mean there is a logical, moral argument against biomass conversion itself. To say so is emotional petulance, plain and simple. The saddest aspect of life right now is that science gathers knowledge faster than society gathers wisdom. Isaac Asimov. For Nafisi to end her letter with a quotation made it a direct attack. Childish, disappointing, personal. Any sadness I might have had with her departure left me in that moment. I wish her luck with whatever position she is able to find. The greenhouse will continue on all the stronger now that it is free from such narrow thinking. I'll sum up with another quote, one better suited to the circumstances. Nothing in life is to be feared, it is only to be understood. Now is the time to understand more, so that we may fear less. Marie Curie. Well, I think Nafisi a little more on the money. Knowledge is a valuable tool, but like
That
all
must be the
tools,
fourth testing station we saw on the map.
Looks like it's been flooded for a while.
yeah, sure does. Oh, please don't make me fight a giant fish. I'd really rather not.
In here. We'll have to climb up.
Right behind you!
Alright. Goodness, I sure hope I don't get shot at again.
We can use the line to get down.
Right! Easy!
Whee!
Made it! But we'd better make haste. After we encountered barbarians, our lieutenant called for reinforcements. They
From
could be here
where?
anytime.
Right.
What, just send word back to Asia? Like, hey, send more people. Please, thank you. Special gear obtained. Okay, hopefully that's the last one. I really hope it is.
Now what?
Now, we get to that data core.
Back this way. Yeah, sorry about that, buddy. But you know, you shot first. Wait, what? Oh, that way. Right, up the stairs. I got turned around. Alright.
Let's hope this new module works.
Use melee attacks. Okay.
Flowers blooming. Let's see if the software works.
Vines. They're falling apart.
Door's clear now.
We did it! Took me most of the game to be able to do that, but fine. Hello,
The data core
Demeter.
looks intact.
Time to bring Demeter home.
You've been having a time, haven't you?
Demeter? It's time to go home. To Gaia.
The seed of life. Yes.
Elizabeth Sobek. Alpha Prime.
Master override activated. Restoring Demeter's subordinate function to original code.
What did you do? I've never seen my focus glitch like that.
I found a special type of data. It's something you can't read. But it kept a tight grip on the data core. But now you should have access to the central server. All of it. Should give you something to bring home.
You were right.
Wow.
Hundreds of archives. Almost all of it relating to agriculture. It would take us years to get through all of this. But we don't have that kind of time. What you said before about what...
Oh! Hi.
Alva! Hold your fire! By the word of the ancestors, you must stop. Come. Look at who you fired on.
That barbarian killed our soldiers!
Only those who fired blindly. She is no barbarian. She gave me the data we need. Come, look at her. Can't you see? Elizabeth Sobek stands before you. An ancestor reborn.
Oh, they know?
Diviner. We should bring the ancestor back.
It is we who follow their word, Commander, not the other way around. My apologies, Dr. Sobek. Our people's faith is strong, but there are those who are not as familiar with the legacy as they should be.
You heard the diviner. The data has been found. You two, with me. The rest of you, meet us back at the beach for return to landfall.
I can't talk long. They will have many questions.
So do I. Your people know a lot about the past. And about Sobek, I guess, but they're...
Please, I must know. What you said before about working towards the same goal, how long will it take?
I don't know. A few months?
Then you are my family's best hope. Let nothing get in your way. You have opened my eyes to many things, and for that, I thank you. But now you must go.
Will I see you again?
Soon we return to Legacy's landfall. It might be dangerous for you to go there.
Well, tell me how to reach it, just in case.
We made landfall on the northeast edge of the sunken city. The currents around the archipelago are vicious, and the only approach is from the south. And it is guarded. Only attempt to go there if you must.
Diviner! What's the delay?
Please, go. If you attempt to stay here any longer, they may want to take you with us, and that won't go well for anyone.
Thanks, Alva. I guess she heard the part where we did the name drop. It was like,
Do as Alva says.
oh!
I need to get Demeter back to Gaia anyway. But I might want to head to that tall neck I saw in the forest before I make the trek back.
Yeah, I
And now
was
I can
just
use the
thinking
vine
that.
cutter on those other metal flowers I found earlier.
Wait, what? Yeah, just hoof it a good 3.5 kilometers straight back to the base. Well, the tall neck is on the way, so that's nice. So yeah, I think we'll grab the tall neck, and that'll be a good place. Well, you're bound to miss one now and then. Perfection is difficult. Impossible, even. There it is. I am curious what the metal flowers are for, but I swear it's just gonna be more fucking green shine. I think some of them are just green shine. Wow, look at that. Goodness, that's pretty. We're in Northern California proper now. The land of the redwoods.
This pigment would work well on armor.
Alright, got a couple of piggies. Don't want to bother them none. Just gonna make our way over to the tall neck, which is seems to be kind of making a bit of a circuit. That Dreadwing fight was pretty fun. Ooh, wait,
That sound must be a tall neck.
is that Ewoks? Did we? I mean, I know we're on Endor, but did we actually find Ewoks? It sure looks like it. It looks like this village has been overtaken by the Blight. And they had to abandon it. Oh, the tall neck is in here somewhere. So I need to figure out how to get up into the village so that I can get on top of the tall neck. Okay, I see, I see. Okay, so grapple shot, can't quite reach that yet. Can I get a little bit closer this way? Ow. Can I reach this one? Just barely.
Looks like I'm not alone.
Where? Oh! Shit! Okay, interesting.
Plasma's wasted against that machine.
Fire Clamberjaw. Alright, what are we dealing with for parts? Tail Duster, Sparker, Concussion Sack, Resource Containers. Right. Try and get back up. there's our boy.
Better watch my step.
Yeet. Right, I'm not seeing any other machines up here, so that's good. So, looks like I might need to get all the way up there. Up, ah! Yeah, I might need to get all the way up onto that, which would mean fighting the monkeys. Come on, buddy, turn around. There you go. On your way now. Come on! Alright, what can I hit next? Marker, play sack, resource containers. Where are the resource containers? Oh, it's on the chest. Okay. Yeah, I think I'm gonna hit that. Shut up! Trying to make a scene. Don't appreciate that. Did I hit it? Didn't register any damage, but I can't tell if I hit it or not. Okay, that definitely hit. Also, I think it's destroyed the tail, which I don't appreciate. Okay, calm down, buddy. Ow. Okay, could you come out now? Oh, he's got some kind of scanner module.
Pain subsiding.
No, over here, buddy. Look at me. No, look at me. No, your other left. There you go.
Where was I? Finding higher ground. Okay, I need to get up on top of that plaque.
Okay, well, at least I got one tail.
A lowland settlement. Looks abandoned. But High enough to get me on that tall neck. If I can find a weight at the top.
A bunch of random scrap scattered around. Unfortunately, I think it said component destroyed, so I think I somehow managed to blow up the tail rather than disconnect it. Unfortunate, but not a big deal. Okay, so now I'm above. I'm above it. Is this gonna work? Oh, I think my better bet might be to try and go right here. Aloy, thank you. There you go.
All right. I should be able to find a spot to jump onto that tall neck from here.
Main question is, what is its path? What is that? Is it gonna roam around? I think it's gonna roam around to this side. So this should work just fine. I like that the redwoods get taller even than the tall necks. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, so we're not going directly for the top of the dish. Ah! Oh, holy shit, no!
Those look too difficult to climb. I'll have to find another way.
I went for the glide button. Even though she grabbed onto it, so she grabbed, but then she let go. So that sucks. But I guess at least we know that that will work. Just something. Why is the music still so tense? There you go. Alright, where'd he go? Buddy? Where'd you go, big guy? There he is. Alright, he's like halfway around. Gonna go loot these really quickly. Nice. I would not eat that rich meat. I think that's probably not good anymore.
Stuff for the stash.
Yeah, so we got Demeter's core, and then that unlocked the data archive, so she'll be able to take that to her people. Which is good, because we then didn't get shot, which is nice. I like not getting shot. That's like one of my favorite things to do. Right, this is... Yeah, the story of this week has been pretty good, and it was nice kind of seeing a few things from the first game get fleshed out. Alright, take two. This time, we gotta just do a proper leap of faith. Huh. Yes! Alright. And right there? No. Okay, nice and easy. Nice and easy. And we're...
There we go. Time to override the big guy.
Alright.
It's all right. Almost done. Good. Got the data.
Stand of the Sentinels. That's cool. I love that. Wow. Alright, so what have we got? We got a Thunderjaw up there. We got some rebel camps and a shelter over there. Foulhorn. So yeah, this will get us out to the beaches. Sort of uncovers the coastline. I guess that's the sunken city down there. And where did we see... So we were all the way down here. This is where the Zenith have set up their base. All the way to the south. So yeah, this is the DLC area, I think. That makes sense. And then out there is the city of Thornmarsh. Which I guess is the Lowland Tribe's capital. So I think what we'll want to do... start making our way back through. We'll see what metal flowers we find along the way, but I am not going to try and be a completionist about this map. I am curious about Cauldron Gemini, because when we were there before, there wasn't really anything we could do with it. But yeah, I think we'll just make our way back east through the mountains. Goodness, that is a long way to get back to base. Might try and find a mount for it just to speed things up. I remember this one, yeah, had a metal flower, so we might go back there because there's a few things there that would be interesting. So yeah, a few things along the way. But I think for right now, we'll probably just get up to the top of the mountain. And that'll be a good place to call it. Right, now how do I get down?
Towers. The stand of the Sentinels.
I guess this one doesn't even have a rappel point. It's like you have the glider, just glide. Oh shit, Stalker! Hi, Stalker. What the fuck are you doing here? I'm certainly glad they didn't, like, get pissed off while I was doing the whole fight. That would have been really unfortunate.
I don't have the override data for that machine yet. I better look at more cauldrons.
I see you. Oh, Stalker. I can smell you. Where's the Stalker's shield generator? I think it's on its butt. It's on the butt, right? No, it's along the rib cage. Where'd it go? I lost sight of it. There it is. Right there. Right there. Hold still. Oh shit. Do you see me?
Oh, spotted!
A clean kill. Actually, I'm not gonna make that yet. We can probably wait until we get back to camp. Save a little bit on resources. Stalkers is nasty business. It is satisfying beating them at their own game, though. Pretty paintwork. You can tell how much fun, like how much the environment artist really cared about, enjoyed making the work for this game. Okay, so this is a really interesting point. So we can see San Francisco from out here, right? Like that's the, was it the trade business building? I don't remember what it's called. The sort of pyramidal one. So that is directly west of where I'm located. So I don't know what this is. This is a different set of structures.
Aloy, it's Kotalo. I've heard from passing scouts that Commander Yara is dealing with new troubles in the Desert Clan. Then again, that clan is nothing but trouble.
Thanks for the heads up. Maybe I should stop by Scolding Spear. Check on how Yara's doing.
They're way up here? Okay, there we go. Well, I guess we'll do that on the way back. Oh! We found a town. Of some nature. Welcome to Cliffwatch. I do agree. More storytelling in this world would be very fascinating. And you know, like we've established now that there is an entire culture across the ocean that we're probably going to see little and less of when all is said and done. So I think there is room for, you know, storytelling, exploration of other parts of the world. What is this? That's the cook. Alright, what have you got for me? Exacting sharp shot and a rope caster. These are blue weapons. I want purples. Where are the purples? Alright, and that's a potion setup. And this is...
Here. Please, can we talk?
What's up?
I'm Ikuta. You're Aloy, right? I heard how you drove Regala from the cool route. I thought maybe you could help me, and the village. And the forest to the west, our people have always found good salvage from shellwalkers and clamberjaw piles, but now killer machines stalk the area. Claw striders, for certain. And I've heard rumors of something worse.
Worse?
In years past, I would have asked Marshal Chikata to help me clear out the threat, but he was killed at Barren Light. Now I'm alone, and there aren't enough seasoned soldiers here to help. What do you say? You up for a hunt?
I just might be.
Strange. Chikata used to use those same words in the same way. A good omen, I suppose. All right, meet me at the edge of the forest, west of here. We'll hunt together. I'll be glad for the company.
I like his armor. It's very cool. All right, so yeah, we'll have that on the way back. I guess right there. But for right now, we're going to be heading east. We might try and pick off a few of these resources along the way. Might check in at the Cauldron. It mentioned something's going on at Scalding Spear that might be worth checking in on, but ultimately, I think we'll head back to the base. Might even swing even farther east and try and pick up a few of these things that we have left over, because there's a lot of dumb shit. Like, there's that. We've got some Fire Gleam. We've got some black boxes. I think I missed a mirror. So, a couple of things. Couple of things that we can still pick up on. So yeah, we'll do sort of a short backtrack just to sort of clear out a few parts of the map that we overlooked. Double check on some stuff, and then we'll be on our way. It did mention that there might also be something back in the desert going on with our Osram entertainment group, so we might check in with them as well. I think we're getting pretty into the end game, you know, now that we have all of the horrors that we are looking at. So, like I said, I'm not going to try and 100%. I'm not going to try and be a completionist about anything, but I think it's going to be worth it just to sort of do a once over on the map and make sure we don't leave any, you know, neat little bits undiscovered, right? But for right now, I think it's time to take a break, and then we're gonna work on some artwork. So yeah, I think next week I'll probably be doing a lot of that cleanup stuff, and then following week, so that'll be, no, next Saturday is May 1st, so yeah, May 1st will be sort of the filler episode, you might call it, and then after that, we will really sort of push forward and progress the story. Oh, that's the pylons of the bridge, okay. I was like, what are those? Yeah, the Zenith base is farther to the south.
So, say the chief gets his way. Lasting peace.
Right, well, I'll leave you guys with that view. And this is going to be a good opportunity, everyone, to go ahead. Take a little break. I'm going to go ahead and run some ads. So it's a good opportunity to do all of those human things. Use the bathroom, get something to eat, something to drink, stretch, take a moment for yourselves, do what you gotta do. And when I get back, we will do some art time. Alright, sound good to everyone? Let me find something to put on while I'm gone, and I'll see y'all in a little bit. What's gonna be a nice song? Let's do, what do I want to do? Yeah, let's do this one. Alright. I'll see y'all in just a little bit. Alrighty. Sorry about that. Was just getting things set up again. Hello. Did everyone have a good break? Alright, let me put the banner down. 1 second, I gotta move my phone. There you go. That'll work better. We're just gonna hide the banner. Welcome back. Thank you. Gonna change the topic. There. Alright. One more time for good measure. Okay. And then let's switch over for Clip Studio. There you are. Of course we gotta get the music going. So let's do a little bit of that. I gotta put the volume down on my end. I tend to keep the volume really low when we're doing the art just because I find if it's too loud, it's hard to like think and talk over it. But hopefully the volume is good for you guys. Let me know if it is not. There you are. Alright, so yeah, we got a lot set up on this. What I am sort of thinking right now, so I'm gonna go ahead, even though there's a lot of stuff that needs more attention, I want to change something a little bit compositionally, not in terms of like moving stuff around, but just, let me show you what I'm sort of feeling, looking at everything as it stands. So we're gonna do a value check. And what I'm seeing in the value check is that the planet, the X-Wing, transport, and the Star Destroyer are all kind of sitting in very similar ranges, right? So, like, if we zoom way down to a thumbnail, especially the transport and the Star Destroyer, it's kind of hard to tell them apart, right? Oh, the Star Wars fanfare does such a good job of just being like, get excited. I remember when, I think it happened in episode 1 as well, but like when episode 7, you know, went there first time in the theater, and like the fanfare started playing and people started cheering. Like the movie hadn't even properly started yet, but people were just excited that Star Wars was back. Like that by itself was enough. Alright, so where do I want to start with this? Where I want to start is we're going to grab some of this and we're just going to do some compositional correction, so to speak. We're just going to darken the Star Destroyer, make it more intense, right? More noticeably different in value. I think that's already a big improvement. And then, okay, so here's what we're going to do for the planet, because I don't want to make the planet universally darker like we just did for the Star Destroyers. That doesn't really make a lot of sense, right? But what we can do that will help is we're going to set up more of a termination zone, right? We're gonna sort of shift the bright side of the planet a little bit farther away. A little bit more off to the side, like that. Just so that the parts that are interacting, particularly with the transport, are less intensely, are of a different value. So let's see how that looks. I think that will be enough. Though it'll really sort of let everything stand out. We might brighten the X-Wing a little bit just to sort of do a similar pass. But, you know, compare that to what we had before. I think we're working with something much more distinct, right? Much more noticeable in the way that it is broken up. And yeah, we might add some highlighting along like the rim light or the the edges of the X-Wing just so that it stands out a bit better. Like the pylon here, I think is pretty successful. But that'll be easier to play up as we go. So we'll go ahead and merge this into the paint over just so that we have an easier time with it. I also remember, going to see Rogue One, and Rogue One did not start with the fanfare, right? That just jumped right into it, and that was, kind of surprising, but like in a good way. It established in the literal first second of like, yeah, this one's gonna play a little different. This is not just going to be another entry in Star Wars. It is going to sort of explore it in its own way. And it's like, shit, okay, here we go. Quick update on the model. So I was doing some work on it yesterday, the new model. So there are a bunch of toggles that I want to set up, and I've got most of the drawing for it done. What a fair deal of yesterday was sort of getting new parameters set up so that all of the activations and such work as intended, or we have all the new things to set between. But one of them was like, okay, how is this going to work? Because my initial thinking was I might need to draw some new aspects or new components, and I was like, okay, well, maybe I can take what's already there and just sort of make duplicates of them and put them into position. I tried doing that initially, and it was kind of messy and all over the place. It was not great. Trying to duplicate the items and then rename them and not cause a problem. And ultimately, I found I was able to, rather than like make new art meshes, I could just make some new controls for them and get them into the positions that I wanted. So it's actually a pretty efficient way to get around that issue, and I'm liking how it's looking. I definitely need to do a lot of cleanup to get it really performant and not looking terrible, but the initial setup is very promising, so I'm excited for how that's gonna go. Yeah, I think I'll have a good sort of period to work on it later. Hello, Panda. Thank you for the 5 stream streak. I hope you're having a good weekend. Welcome in. So yeah, I don't know when it's gonna get done. I think it's gonna take a while. Frankly, it might stretch into July. There's a good chance it's gonna stretch into July, but I think the extra things that I'm able to do with it and the quality that I'm gonna try and aim for will be worth the wait. Good to hear. Good to hear. I was talking with so I went to dinner last night. So I was at a friend's house, sort of looking after his kids, and it was a friend of his, that I was meeting for the first time, and it was a good dinner. It was a lot of just sort of chatting about stuff, and I was sort of talking about some of my plans for the summer, and it was nice to hear some like validation in the plan of just like, oh shit, fellas, we got a tangent right here. That shit gotta go. That shit gots to go. We can't have that. That's illegal. That is actually against the law. I am committing a crime right now. In art. I'm committing art crimes. Okay, that's a little better. There we go. Alright, cool. Let's see. You know, let's spend some time on this Star Destroyer, because that's still, like, just sitting with the sketch level and it's kind of... it's fallen behind the rest of the drawing. Okay, I need to get a quick reference of the Star Destroyer's butt. Oh, right, and the frickin', yeah. Okay, you come over here, please. Thank you. Many different slight versions and variations. Those you don't hear for 500. I mean, if you think about it, like, one of the first views we get is of a Star Destroyer's big ol' dumpy. Right? You got the Tantive 4 and it flies overhead, and then you see the underside of the Star Destroyer, and then you just see its big old dump truck. It's a stupid, sexy Star Destroyer. By this logic, the designers were butt people. I mean, I'm not gonna say no. I'm not gonna say that the designers at ILM aren't people of culture. Need to get a drink? That's fair. Yeah, if we're gonna have this conversation, we should probably get a drink. Just stop working on the art, pull up a tier list, like, all right, what are the sexiest, sluttiest starships in all of sci-fi? There we go. This one's definitely not going to get as much, you know, work done on it as the main Star Destroyer in the front, but definitely want to make sure that it gets its fair due, right? You know, I think there is actually a brilliance to the way that the Star Destroyer is designed. So, I think European castles were of a similar, somewhat similar idea, but I want to see if I can find a bigger image than this. So, actually, this is perfect because this is one of my favorite castles and it is one of the best examples of this. So, this is Himeji Castle in Japan. It's a little bit southwest of Osaka. It's sort of in the Hiroshima area. The way that the way that Japanese castles were made, you know, you had the main keep, which is up here, right? And then you would have all these other structures, you know, these would be like barracks and or archery encampments and whatnot. And you would have terrace after terrace after terrace. And Himeji was particularly crazy in the way that it would just send you on a merry chase. Like, you know, if you're fighting your way through the city, you're trying to get to the castle, you have to get into the main grounds, and then you have to go like around here, and then up here, and then up here, and then come back this way, and then you have to go around here, and then you have to go up here, and then you finally get to the castle, right? So you're going through this massive maze work, getting shot at the entire way, going through multiple gates. But, you know, you look at this terracing practice, or this terracing design, you know, you have the main keep, and then you have terrace, 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 terrace. And then you look at the Star Destroyer and how it has, let me grab a better model of it, a better shot of it. You know, you've got the main deck, and then you have terrace, 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 terrace. I think it was somewhat deliberate, the way that they designed it to sort of replicate this like multi-layered structure working up to the main keep at the very top. And, you know, when you remember that Star Wars was drawing from a lot of samurai movies at the time, Kurosawa films, it kind of checks out, you know? Like, even if there wasn't some deliberate plan in how they were doing it, I think it does make sense that they, you know, were looking at those ideas and someone just sort of consciously or subconsciously incorporated it, and everyone else went, yeah, that's sick. good inspiration can come from a lot of different places. You never know where it's gonna be. There we go. Yeah. I think especially because it's much closer, we are going to put more effort into the Star Destroyer on this one compared to what we did last year. I'm not going to try and get the Greebles exactly right because that just sounds insane, but definitely want to try and get more of a sense of the construction compared to before. There we go. Yeah, depending on how detailed we want to get with some of this, we might need to actually work on it on Thursday. I'm gonna try not to get too crazy with it just because I think, I don't know, we'll see. There we go. Welcome back, Paige. Let's see. I think this should probably actually be more hidden. I think this needs to be more down like this. Maybe even more than that. Go all the way down like so. Come on, dude. You can do it. There we go. Yeah. Oh my god, why do these things have so many little odds and ends on them? It's stupid. I mean, I know why. It's Greebles, but goddamn, come on. Okay. Oh, give me 1 second. I grabbed my tea earlier. I need to pour it, and I also grabbed a banana. Oh, banana. Need something to munch on. Little snack. Come on. There you go. It's good tea. It's good tea. Shading here is a little fucked up. Oh, so for anyone that is interested, because they're going to be a free flying with it, CIG stealthily announced the dates for the basically the next free fly and the big ship event that's gonna go with it. So it's going to be May, I think 16th. What did they say? Let me go find the video really quickly. Heck? Well, that's cute. Let's see, where did it go? Let me go find the video they put out. It was very cheeky. There it is. May 14th to the 27th. So, middle to the end of next month. That's a decent amount of time. They've been doing a lot of free flies this year. I think they're trying to sort of drum up more excitement around the game as it becomes more, you know, as it inches closer to being a full game. As, you know, we're expecting a release date for Squadron 42 announced sometime this year. The expectation is that it is supposed to come out this year, but we still don't know when exactly. It's funny that a lot of the, like, normal players don't like the free flies very much, just because, you know, it does work. You know, people that are interested in the game come try it out. Or, you know, or sort of checking in on it. Or, you know, they know about it to some degree, and they're like, oh, well, I can see what's going on, see if the game's any good now. And so the servers always just get overrun, right? The capacity is just met and exceeded. And so, somewhat ironically, I guess, it's a very bad showing to the people that are coming in to check on the game and see what it looks like. Because you're effectively seeing it at its least performance state, right? The servers are all overloaded. They can't keep up with the increased population. So it's like, on another day, this would look much better than it is, but the fact that you are here is making it worse. And, you know, certainly the game should be in a better state, that the player population isn't that impactful, but that's never the case, right? Every game, like we were talking about on Thursday, every game that is going to have a higher amount of stuff going on is going to need to find some way to scale back the amount of stuff that is going on. MMOs have traditionally gotten away with this, or, you know, compensate for this by being very low cost per asset, right? Graphical fidelity, technical requirements on MMOs has always been very low compared to their single player and multiplayer limited counterparts. You know, EVE quite famously sort of managed to somewhat circumvent the issue when, you know, the player base gets really concentrated in one area by introducing time dilation. You know, as you get hundreds or thousands of players congregating into a single area to do a big fight, the game slows down. Like, it physically slows down. It slows down everyone's inputs, it slows down cooldowns, so that the amount of data that needs to travel per second is less, and the servers don't combust. And apparently even that has come under strain. Some of the recent fights and such have still exceeded the time dilation's ability to compensate. So I think it makes sense. You know, I say all this. The community is not, I would say, very happy with the game right now. I think there's a lot of agitation, one might say, around sort of the state of the game and how things seem to be progressing, and, you know, elements or features are sort of getting forgotten about or not handled very well, and hopefully, I'm hoping we see an improvement, right? That would certainly be nice. But I think it remains to be seen sort of what it is the CIG plans to do. I think a big part of the problem is it feels like the communication is not there. Like, we're not seeing enough from them sort of outlining, here's the state of affairs. You know, they're talking about stuff that they're planning to do, but we're not necessarily seeing enough explanation on how it's going to get done. And what we kind of see actually happening is it doesn't quite line up with what CIG is saying. It's like, this is, I don't know, it's a bit concerning. I think especially the people that are really invested in it, the people that follow it very closely, are like, what the hell? But one guy was saying, you know, they're working on Squadron 42, and if they move on almost immediately to the sequel for that, he's done. Because sort of the expectation, the hope, is, you know, Squadron 42, they're pushing to get it released. Once that is done, a lot of the resources that have been held up getting Squadron 42 finished will be able to finally migrate back to Star Citizen and increase the rate of production on that. We'll start to see that really pick up and move towards completion at a faster rate than we have seen it historically, because, you know, it's easier to only have to build one game rather than two. But, you know, if they release Squadron 42 and then immediately move on to the sequel, that means little or none of the resources that are currently being spent on the single player game are going to finally move over to the MMO. And yeah, for a lot of people, Squadron 42 is like a cool addition to the project, but Star Citizen is the main thing, and if they're not focusing on that, that's like, okay, so you just kind of, you haven't abandoned it, but you're not giving it the focus that it needs to have. So I can definitely see where that guy's coming from. It's very complicated, and I remember I was at GDC years back, and CIG was at GDC. I was just chatting with one of the guys there, and, you know, I was looking for work at the time, and I just sort of like floated, you know, are you guys looking for anybody right now? And just another guy completely in passing, like didn't even stop, just cut in and said no and kept walking. And the two of us, the guy that I was talking with and myself, we just kind of looked at each other and was like, well, that was awkward. That was rude. It was very rude. But I'm sure the guy was tired of people asking about it. It was like, okay, but then you shouldn't be manning the booth. Yes. Anyway, I'm kinda glad. I mean, I wouldn't have gotten the position there, right? My skills at the time were not remotely good enough, and I know that my skills right now are good enough, but I'm kind of glad I didn't get a job there. Just, I don't know. It seems like a very difficult project to work on, even when things are going well, even when people are happy. It seems like, you know, some portion of the team is working now, like as we're hanging out on a Saturday. They're working to get the test build ready of the next patch, right? They've been having some issues getting it online, and they're definitely staying late. They're working over the weekend to get it sorted out and ready to go. And it's like, I appreciate the dedication, but like, you guys just don't have weekends. I'm sure they have it set up in some way so that, you know, some people are working Monday through Friday and some people are working like Wednesday through Sunday or whatever, so that they always have someone available to be working on whatever needs happening. But like, the machine never shuts off, right? You know, when my team works Monday through Friday, and then we go home for the weekend, and we reconvene on Monday and, you know, pick up the next thing. There have been a couple of times where somebody has had to stay a little late in the evening on some day or another just to finish up something, right? Like, oh, you know, this needs to get done like ASAP. Can you stay for an extra hour or half an hour? And, you know, you can take an hour off tomorrow just to balance it out, right? That is the most that we have ever done, like, overtime or crunch on our project. Which is one of the things that I've really appreciated about this, is, you know, that respect of our time. That we are not machines. We're people. We want to have our time to ourselves. We want to have our us time. And I feel like it's not a problem exclusive to CIG. I think it is a problem across much of the industry and even much of tech. Just like, yeah, you are expected to just be available for the project all the time. And the machine just never stops churning. It's like, that's insane. That is a dangerous place, and I feel like it's very dangerous, especially because once you sort of get into that groove, into that mindset, it's very easy to just stay there, you know? I'm just like, well, I'm doing this thing, and this is gonna be, this is just how it is, and, you know. The other dangerous thing is, you know, once some people say, well, I'm willing to do that, that can get leveraged against everyone else, right? Of like, oh, well, if you're not willing to do this, we'll find somebody that is, because somebody is willing to break themselves just to get that little extra farther ahead. And if you're not willing to be exploited, we'll find someone that is. It's like, wow. Well, that's not centered at all, is it? That's a fucked up circle. Let's try that again. See if we can't get this looking a little bit better. Also, something is a little bit weird about this side of the Star Destroyer. Like, it just needs to come down lower and terminate sooner. I think we're just kind of not letting that happen. And it shows. There we go. Alright, that's a bit better. Actually, here, let's do this. Okay, so all three of these engines should be about the same size, and the fact that this doesn't fit tells me we need to do something a little bit different. Here, let's move this off to the side. We're going to go back here. Let's just get rid of this one for now, because I think it might be too big. Might be part of the problem. So let's just squeeze this down a hair. Yeah, that seems about right. And then we can put the other one right here. You can go right there. Okay, so close. I think we just need to adjust angle on this, make it a little bit steeper. Get up to that middle point. Sort of adjust the position of the neck so that it's more centered again. There we go. Alright, that looks better. We're gonna have the 4 support engines in between. good. Alright, that looks pretty good. Especially at a distance. I think that is sitting well. Need to clean it up, certainly, but it's getting the right shape and everything. How many turbo lasers are there? There's 4, right? It's 4? We'll see. How are all of my references so bad? Yes, 4. So for right now, I'm gonna block this in 1, 2. Three. Four. Cool. Alright, that's looking better. Definitely still pretty rough around the edges, but it's getting the general sort of shape and vibe we need. Good. Alright. I want to shift over to the transport for a bit because it's fallen behind. Oh, what is this thing called again? It's like the G95? GR75. Oh my god, one of the results is a toy of it, and I had it. I had that toy. Oh, it's beautiful. Alright, let's pull this up. Excuse me. So we've got... Perfect. I may have one in a box somewhere. I wonder, maybe we had the same toy? It was like a Micro Machines scale one, so it was like 2 scale with the Micro Machines. X-Wings and TIE Fighters and such. Man, I miss Micro Machines. You guys remember those? Like the little miniature plastic ships of Star Wars, Star Trek, bunch of other stuff they did. Those were cool. You could create like dioramas and stuff with them. Those were so much fun. My friend's youngest who's saying is Gen B. Like apparently we're already to Gen Beta by whatever classification system they're using. And we just kind of shared a look at each other like, oh, they're fucked. Gen Beta is cooked. I don't know what they're gonna do, but I wish them luck. I wonder if they redid, like if they went back and they sort of made new versions of those classic toys. One, I think they would sell really well. I think people would still find them really fun, even though it's been like 20 years or something. I don't know, they were like really cool ship models. I would buy them. Oh, Micro Machines was something so in Star Wars miniatures growing up. Made of metal. So I remember there were a few die casts. So yeah, metallic miniatures. I remember some that were like made of metal, but they had like a copper finish or a bronze finish. So they weren't like painted to look like the you know, the actual ships in the films. But the ones that were generally for kids were made out of plastic. Probably one, you know, cheaper, and two, less of a hazard, I guess. It was probably mostly because it was cheaper, but you know, you can pretend it was for both reasons. Also, yeah, the clone gunship, one of my favorite designs. I love the way that thing looks. I love the way it works. I got the Lego set of that, and it was one of my favorite toys. It was so much fun. I think if I did have the Micro Machines now, like, I would be more interested, I guess, in making little, like, displays and dioramas with them, and or just, you know, having them on display on my desk, but I would probably still grab them and go, like, just periodically, just take a little break and fly him around. It's really... You're never too old to stop doing that. Ever play Attack of the Clones? I don't think I played that one. No. I played Battlefront 2. I played both Battlefront games. There was a Phantom Menace game that I played. I don't remember what... It wasn't called Phantom Menace. It was some like side story game of like the Naboo militia or doing fights and, you know, conducting operations and such to hold off the Trade Federation while the events of the movie happened. I don't remember what it was called though. Imagination is a gift. No, it wasn't isometric. It was a third-person vehicle game. You had like starfighters and tanks and stuff. I feel like there is, I don't know, maybe the I'm gonna start pointing fingers and say this is like a Depression era generational trauma. But I feel like there is sort of an expectation that as you get older, you're supposed to stop having an imagination and focus in on real world concerns and situations, and only those. It's like, that's dumb and sad. Like, imagination is one of the things that sets humanity apart from every other species on the planet, and to just voluntarily give that up is absurd. You know, I can understand the feeling of, you know, well, right now you gotta focus on the here and now. You gotta worry about the real world things. That's understandable. Gotta do that now and again, maybe even regularly. But to just say that is the mode all day, every day, forever is... You'll have to kill me to take away my whimsy. Frickin' men. Yeah, I think even when you are dealing with, you know, real world challenges and difficult situations, being able to approach it with a measure of whimsy and a measure of fun makes it easier to deal with. To quote The Nanny, a spoonful of sugar and all that. What is a similar creature to the porgs? Like, I don't know, puffins? That's why we have porgs. Alright, starting to get somewhere with this. I've also heard, I don't remember if this was regarding Disney movies or Disneyland, like going to the parks themselves. But I remember sort of hearing about how, you know, you almost get to enjoy Disney movies twice in your life. You know, once when you're a kid and you're experiencing them for the first time, and the second time is when you have kids and you get to show them, you get to introduce them to these movies that you loved as a kid and see it in their eyes for the first time and relive that experience with them through them. And I think sort of giving that up and saying, no, I'm just not going to have imagination, I'm not going to have whimsy, I'm not gonna let that spark continue. It's like, why? That just seems sad. I think a lot of people do, you know, find joy and whimsy and fun in new things as they get older. That's perfectly fine. But then to sort of completely dismiss everything that you enjoyed as a kid as being childish things that aren't worth your time, it's like, I mean, they clearly were at one point, and they clearly had merit of some nature at least, and it's weird to just kind of be like, no, that's dumb. What am I doing here? Okay, yeah, so we're just gonna sort of trim this down a little bit. There we are. There we go. That's a nice smooth gradient. That looks better. Okay. Yeah, there's all this like riveting and greebling and whatnot that we will have to continue to build out over time. I think it is definitely coming along. Alright. Nice. Nice, nice. Okay. Let's correct how this is sort of lining up. I think the shape is actually pretty good. It's mostly just that we're sort of seeing the backside, which should be more shaded. Yeah, there we go. Good. Definitely gonna have to figure out how to deal with all these fuck-ass boxes, but we'll get there. There we go. Alright, that's starting to line them up at least. And again, the front of the box is all sort of pointing in the same direction. How many boxes you want? How many boxes you got? I mean, it is essentially like a hauler ship, you know, the big cargo haulers you see out on the ocean that just have like cargo crates stacked on top of each other by the dozen. It just kind of has a big shell around it for, I don't know, containment, protection reasons, whatever. You got some variable sizing, an awkward placement on top of each other, but they all sort of just sit in front of the main sector of the ship. Box them up. All of them. Okay, that's looking better. This is a bit of an interesting one, just because I'm like, with the previous Star Wars Day drawing, you know, that was in atmosphere, so it was definitely trying a lot of like atmospheric lighting and whatnot to try and get. And this one being in orbit is much starker. I feel like we can get away with some things, but I also want to try and continue to improve the lighting and rendering over what we did last year. Or if there's, or rather, how could there be an ever-given situation in the space lanes? I don't think there could, just because Star Wars is so, or like space is so big. There would have to be some sort of anomaly that would be so consequential that one of the major trade lanes is just unpassable. Like a black hole, a rogue black hole is just drifting through the trade lane. I feel like that's the kind of event that would have to be there to be equivalent. And even then, depending on where it is, you know, like the problem with the Suez Canal is that it is this particular water channel that is surrounded by desert on either side. So you can't just sail around the Suez Canal if it's blocked off, whereas in space it's like, okay, so there's this black hole that is sitting on this trade lane, which is making it impossible to maintain hyperspace along that trade lane. So just kind of go around it for a few light years and you'll be fine. Like, for all the disturbance it would cause, the thing that people constantly forget about black holes is, yes, they are powerful. Their gravitational field is very strong, but it is ultimately only as strong as the mass of the star that it came from and whatever other material it has accumulated, right? It is very concentrated as you get in closer because of the density of the matter, but its mass is not going to exceed the star that created it. So you're still only dealing with a star system sized gravity well until they start like consuming greater volumes of material and you get up into the supermassive range. But you know, those are the kinds that are pushing galaxies around. You know, black holes are not malevolent interstellar vacuum cleaners that are actively sucking things in. They're not monsters, they're just anomalies. They're not eldritch, you know? Until you get, if you get too close, you're absolutely fucked. It's true. But I mean, that's true of stars as well. Arguably, stars are more dangerous because they're actively kicking off, you know, solar wind and radiation. And yeah, if you get too close to a star, you're not going to be able to escape its gravity well either. Meanwhile, Yuzon Vong, what's up? And I'm like, shut up. Nobody likes to use on Vong. Those are the ones from the post-Imperial legacy, right? Yes, the Rakata were like ancient galactic empire, and then they died out, and no one really missed them. The Rakata sucked, and then the Yuzong Vong was like an intergalactic enemy in the Legends timeline. The Yuzong Vong suck. Alright, I hate that plot line. And I'm not sorry for saying that. It's not even what they did with the storyline, it's how they tried to retcon that, like, oh, Palpatine was trying to get the galaxy ready for the use of— Shut up! Palpatine was evil. He was evil and self-centered and did everything because he wanted to. He wasn't trying to be some secret hero being the bad guy to prepare people for the real bad. No. Terrible. And I'm sorry if you like the Yuzong Vong, but it's not good. It's not okay. Alright, I like how that's coming along. I think that's looking pretty good. What I do want to do is we're going to go behind. We're going to put just a little bit of a nice, thank you, autosave, bright cyan emission. To help drive it home a bit. Okay. Looking good so far. Shit, what color was the ion cannon's blast? I thought it was blue. It might be red. Alright, let's work on the ships for a little bit though. Because this poor guy, we just completely ignored him last time. And oh boy, is he feeling it. Okay, where's my wiring reference? Oh, I'm just gonna crop all this off. We'll paint it over. I'm gonna leave a little bit at the end just to sort of judge the length of it. Favorite era would like to see explored or not seen in Star Wars? Well, as usual, I don't have a favorite, but I think it would be very interesting, sort of like I was talking about before, to explore some of the, like, early expansion of the galactic civilization. I think there's a lot there that could be very interesting. There's been some delving into the High Republic, which I think so far has not landed super well with audiences. But I think they should do more with it. I think it's an interesting concept. Unfortunately, I think a lot of the sort of Sith War era, you know, Knights of the Old Republic, the MMO era, has been sort of thoroughly fleshed out by the MMO in particular. And so I don't know that we're going to get a lot more with that, which is somewhat unfortunate. I think there could potentially be interesting things that are getting overlooked. Mandalorian's Prime could certainly be interesting. Or looking at how Mandalore got into its prime. Just because it's like, okay, how does this society work? How does it function? I feel like it shouldn't. Because they're all just a bunch of fight-happy warriors and mercenaries. How do you function? Yeah, I think any of those would be pretty fun. I do have, you know, sort of my mental, I wouldn't say canon, but just like my idea of post-sequel trilogy galaxy that, you know, you sort of get a backlash to centralized government. That, you know, you had the Old Republic that, or, you know, the Galactic Republic that we see in the prequels, and that had its problems and gave way to the Empire, and then, you know, overthrew the Empire and had the New Republic and tried to sort of make everything work there, which gave way to the New Order. Bunch of planets got blown up, and so, you know, a lot of systems, especially in the Outer Rim, are just like, you know what, this whole centralized government thing, it's not really working for us. It's kind of just making a lot of trouble, causing a lot of problems, and we're not seeing much benefit from it. So we're just gonna go do our thing now, right? Where we're gonna create sort of a confederacy of local worlds, or, you know, a cartel is gonna move in and sort of set up shop in a particular area because no one else is really running the show, and just, this is gonna be us now, bye. And you just see a bunch of essentially galactic feudal states pop up, right? You know, some might be more like force sensitive, or you know, force aware, force religious, you might call it. Some might be very force averse and actively hunt down any force sensitive individuals. You might still have some group trying to reestablish the Republic. You might see, you know, imperialist junta states show up in some sectors. Or, you know, someone that sort of is like, well, the Empire sucked, but some of the ideas were good, so we're gonna sort of try and do our own version of the Empire. And then, yeah, you just sort of have all of these different groups finding their own way in the galaxy and coming into conflict with each other. I think that could be a sandbox for a lot of really fun stories. I think part of the challenge at this point is like, okay, how would you establish, because like the sequel trilogy tried to establish a reason for there to be another rebellion and empire, right? They tried to set up the same power dynamic when it didn't make sense for those to exist in the galaxy at that time. And so it felt really forced. I don't think at this point it really like functions for Star Wars to have the sort of massive power / support or, you know, plucky rebels that the series sort of founded itself on. And that's, I think that's okay, right? Much like, you know, we were sort of looking at the idea of, did they get part of the design language from the Star Destroyer from Japanese castles? Like, the idea has evolved at this point to a stage where it doesn't need to adhere rigidly to the concept that originally birthed it. And feeling like, oh no, we have to keep that power dynamic in place. I don't think that's true. Or the Erewhon Jedi actually used all the powers in their arsenal, like healing or energy absorption would be cool. I think we only see Rey use healing. Yes, and, well, 2 scenes, right? They set it up. You know, they put Chekhov's gun on the wall in one scene, and then they use it in a later scene. So yeah, 2 scenes. And I think between Rey having Mary Sue issues and just sort of power creep, you know, apparent power creep of like, when has this ever been a thing that Force users could do? It just felt really out of place. But you're right, I think there is an amount of capability that Force users could probably use healing techniques at one point. And over time, yeah, the power of the light side sort of waned and we don't see that as much anymore. But I don't know. I do agree. I think there's a lot of sort of backlash, I guess. Backlash, exhaustion of like, we've seen so much in the way of Force users and Jedi and Sith, and we want to, you know, I think people really liked seeing stuff like in Andor where it's much more focused on like normal people, regular folk, not the Force sensitives. I think having a blend is good, right? Having some stuff that is more sort of Force focused and sort of fantastic in that regard, and some stuff that's a bit more like, I'll go ahead and call it harder sci-fi, pulp sci-fi. I think having both is good. I think leaning too much on either is not good. Also, Jedi die to Sith lightning when they can literally absorb it without their blades. Well, maybe not all of them. I think much like Sith lightning, the ability to countermand it without the need of a blade is a technique to learn. And if you don't learn it before you get zapped by lightning, that's tough. This Y-wing head is way too big. So we're just gonna go fix that. The fuck? There we go. Maybe make the neck a little bit longer. There we go. It has to be learned, but you think with all those masters around, they learned the Sith was rising in power, they would have gone, you know. Okay, so the thing that you have to remember, Mage, is that the Jedi were fucking stupid in the prequels. And nothing they did made any sense. And this is because of bad writing. Like, there's nothing else about it. It's just bad writing, and they're like, oh, the dark side was clouding the minds of the... No, shut up. It was just bad. It was just bad. Sorry, I'm checking on something really quickly. Okay, I kind of see what's going on here. Alright, that's fine. There are a ton of plot. There sure are. You're gonna break an ankle walking around these movies. Yes, an argument could be made, and I don't think it is a strong argument, but an argument could be made that you see, I used my ultimate technique. I intercepted the scripts so the Jedi wouldn't be able to read them beforehand. Now, there is an argument that you could make if you wanted to be really forgiving, that, like, by the time of the prequels, the Sith had been gone from the galaxy for so long that a lot of the techniques and their capabilities and the things that the Jedi had to fight against had been forgotten. Except that they had that giant fuck-ass archive. And someone should have written it down. Fucked up, we did. I was talking about that though, like, they kinda did Yoda a little dirty in the way that they wrote him. That you see all this stuff in the prequels and the ways that he kind of just let things transpire, and then we get to The Empire Strikes Back and it seems like Yoda just hasn't learned anything. He tries to teach Luke the same way that he's taught everyone, and it's like, you know, this led to the downfall of your order and the death of all of your students. Do you think you maybe want to mix things up a little bit with this one? Maybe try a different approach? No? Same plan? Okay. You know, that's not the fault of Empire Strikes Back Yoda, because they obviously hadn't written the prequels yet, so he doesn't know how he fucked up. But, like, the writers for the prequels should have thought about that, and they clearly didn't. Yeah, just burn the rest of the archives. That was why Yoda actually wanted to get back into the temple in episode 3, right? He and Obi-Wan go to the temple and kill a bunch of the clones, and then they find out that Anakin did it. And before they left, Yoda was just like, "Be right back, I will. Something I must take care of." And then just torched the rest of the place. So I partially agree. Like the Jedi acted very dumb in the prequels, and I agree that like they should have known better. The fact that they did not is somewhat distressing. Oh, Star Wars world, but boy, while oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Like, it's so much fun. There's so many great ideas. There's so many powerful moments. And there's a reason that it is as beloved as it is. But then also, you know, I was talking with someone at Comic-Con when I went a little while back, and you know, I bought a print from them. It's super cool. I don't remember if I posted the photo on Discord, but it was the clone troopers. Like she had done a bunch of like tarot style prints, and so the pentacles was the clones, you know, my brothers. And we spent a good little time, you know, both glazing and commiserating about Star Wars, of just like, when it's good, it's so good, and when it's bad, it's so bad. But it is part of being a Star Wars fan to give it the shit it deserves. No one hates Star Wars like Star Wars fans. As with many fantasy things, though, there's the whole rule of cool. No thinking designers of the ships, OG, and otherwise saw as much lore as folks. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. All of the effort. Like, there has been so much work over the decades to retcon and explain and justify why X or Y happened, or why it looked the way that it did, or why, you know, like, you know, there was a cool explanation at one point, or, you know, I heard in someone's video explaining, so the Millennium Falcon actually has 2 hyperdrives in it. It has, like, its primary hyperdrive, which is stupid fast and is how it, you know, has its famous Kessel Run capability. But then it has a backup hyperdrive in case that fails. Which is, you know, how in Empire Strikes Back we see them able to fly to Bespin even though the hyperdrive isn't working. It's like, yeah, this hyperdrive is extremely weak and slow, and it still takes them like a couple weeks to get to Bespin under its power, but they, you know, the Hoth system and the Bespin system are not like next to each other that you could fly there under normal engine power. They still have to take a hyperdrive. They don't explain that shit anywhere in the movie, right? They just go. They just go. It's fine. Don't worry about it. You know, they could have explained that in the movie in like a 6-second conversation, right? Of, you know, Han does say something to the effect of, we should be able to make it. But, you know, they could have done a second thing of, you know, it's like, you know, we should be able to make it with the hyperdrive. And Leia's like, I thought the hyperdrive was broken. And he's just like, backup hyperdrive. And she's like, of course you do. It's not much, but it'll get us there. But yeah, they don't know at the time, or it's just, as you say, it's not important enough to the rule of cool that they bother to like go more in depth than what we see. And, you know, that is fine. Somewhat famously, the original cut of A New Hope was not very good, right? It was kind of bland, it was slow, there were unnecessary scenes with a lot of extra exposition, which nowadays I think we would have a lot of fun with, because we're like, oh, that's how this works, and you know, this is where this is coming from, and that's super cool. But you know, at the time, with 1977, and you're trying to sell people on this movie being worth anything, they had to be a lot more considerate in how they're spending the audience's time. I'm just like, let's just get this part through. It's fine. It's not that important. And yeah, it's only now that Star Wars is blown up to be the behemoth of a franchise that it is, that we're like, well, no, let's go back and explore those ideas. Let's see like what's going on here. Let's have more fun with this. Good. Where is this coming from? Oh, I see what happened. Alright, I'm just gonna turn that off then, since it's apparently been merged into the paint over. Whoops! I think I've said before, but at this point, I think Andor has like completely closed the loop on the Galactic Civil War period. I think the Imperial era doesn't really have a lot else to say. You know, we could do more little side stories during like the Empire Strikes Back section of the storyline, or you know, we could do a little bit more sort of looking at the closing days of the war. But everything sort of between episode 3 and episode 4 is like, yeah, we have a very well fleshed out timeline of all of the major events that happen in there. And I really don't think there's a lot else to explore that would be very interesting. So I think conversely though, a lot of the other eras have never like hit the same stride as the OG. You know, Clone Wars definitely helped the prequels establish themselves as being something worth giving a shit about. But everything else, I don't know how much outside of Clone Wars I would really want to see that much, you know? Like, I don't feel the need to go in and be like, well, what about this character? And what about this character? It's like, no, whatever. Thank you, autosave. If you guys are working on something, be sure to save your work. If you're playing something, be sure to save your progress. Just has their favorite era. Yeah, sure. Comes something of a Sama. Oh, absolutely. And I think, as you say, part of what people really love and appreciate about Star Wars is that it feels like a space that you can sort of occupy in your mind and you can delve into with seemingly limitless levels of complexity. And that's a lot of fun. I just don't know like what I would really want to see developed. Like, I don't feel like there's any project that I would want to see from the Galactic Civil era, you know, Galactic Civil War era, the Clone Wars era, that would be very interesting. And the sequels, I think, really sort of shot themselves in the foot. I don't feel like there's that much that can really be done post-sequels that would be very interesting. Well, let me rephrase. I think not to self-aggrandize, but I think my sort of galactic feudal era would be really interesting, right? I think I was talking about this at one point, but they kind of accidentally set up Star Wars to follow the footsteps of the fall of the Roman Republic, right? You had this very old democratic system that gave way to corruption, was overtaken by a single authoritarian power. They were overthrown. There was an attempt to restore a proper democratic system, but then that was undermined by external and internal threats, and following its collapse, the greater societal structure fragments into feudal states. And it was absolutely accidental because nobody fucking planned it to go that way, but I think it's kind of cool that that can be explored. That is a way to play the game out. And I would rather see them do something like that. It's an awkward cut. That looks pretty good, I think. Could argue the pylon's a little bit short, but I'm not gonna fuss it. Rather give this guy a little bit of attention. Doesn't need a ton, but I think it would help just to sort of clean up the shape of the wings and everything. Okay, now I'm gonna put a question to all of you. And let's go nuts. Including every movie except for the Christmas special. What are the 2 worst Star Wars movies? Because I feel like there is an inherently worst one. But I want to see if we even agree on that. So what is the worst one? And what is the second worst one? I feel like most people kind of agree on what the best Star Wars movie is. I'm curious what people think is the worst one. And again, we're gonna exclude the Christmas special, not only because it is inherently the worst one, but it's also such a drug trip. I feel like it's kind of hard to even regard it as a Star Wars movie. I know it is technically canon. Favorite first 2. Let's focus on the worst ones right now. I wanna shake things up a bit. I wanna stir the pot. Keep Solo as considerations because you haven't seen it. That's fair. I will say something on Solo, but I want to hear people's opinions first because I don't want to I don't want to sway anybody. I don't know if I want to say least favorites. I want to provoke. It's okay. This is a safe space. Everyone is allowed to have their opinions, especially on something like Star Wars. I know it can get really volatile, but I don't know. You know what? I'll drop a hot take. The Star Wars fandom is worse than anything Star Wars can do. Because they will be so... The Star Wars fandom can be so vitriolic about everything that happens. Good things, bad things, just... If it isn't exactly the thing that they want, they go ballistic. And it's very disappointing. I do not support that kind of behavior here. I'll drop another hot take. The Sith character in the Obi-Wan show that people just ganged up on for all of the wrong reasons was the best part of that show. She killed it, and she was a lot of fun. I'm totally blanking on her name, but that Inquisitor was easily the best part of the show. Sorry, Ian. I love you. You're great. And I love the way that you portray Obi-Wan. But it was not well written for you. I say that like he's ever gonna hear this. So I will go ahead and say what I will say about Solo is, obviously your opinion might vary, but I don't think it would make the bottom list. I personally, least favorite, I would put Phantom Menace and Force Awakens. Interesting. Interesting. See, I would not have put either of those. I don't think Solo would have made your list regardless. It was fine. I would put it as just kinda, it's mid. It's there. Didn't hate it. Didn't like it that much. It was just kind of there. It was a little Star Wars adventure. I'm like, okay, that happened. Moving on. I would be kind of surprised if it actually made anybody's best or worst. It was just kind of there. I also have to say something. Now I feel like they blend into a mixture of men, so I forget where the movie's cut. That is fair. That is fair. I liked episode 8 at the time. I think I've kind of soured on it, in part because of how a lot of the ideas in it never really panned out or went anywhere. But that's more episode 9's fault. I don't necessarily blame that on the movie itself. I already went into a whole diatribe on why I don't think Canto Bight was a super problematic sequence in the movie. I agree it could have been done better, but I certainly didn't hate it like so many people seem to. I think a similar problem that it suffered from was a lot of the things that happened in Canto Bight just didn't really pan out, you know? Like, they went through a whole sequence there, and it feels like none of the stuff that they were setting up in it just had any, like, payoff or value. Okay, so my worst is episode 9. As I've said, episode 9 is the only Star Wars that I have watched one time and I have no desire to watch it again. I guess technically Solo, but I didn't dislike Solo the way that I disliked episode 9. I didn't feel that much about Solo. I actively dislike episode 9. Movie was bad. It was just such a shit on everything. But second one, yeah, I don't hate episode 8 that much. I feel like if they had held on to the ideas that were being set up in 8 and paid them off in 9, it would have been better received. But I feel like they just ended up going like, oh, everybody hated it, quick, backtrack, and we didn't get any payoff for what they did. My second is episode 2. I think Attack of the Clones is really bad. Well, really bad might be a bit extreme, but I feel like whatever merit Phantom Menace had in sort of expanding the scope and canon of Star Wars as a universe, exploring more ideas, more locations, Attack of the Clones had like the same or worse level of writing. It tried to do like a hard-boiled mystery story and just kind of fell on its face because everyone acted like a fucking idiot. The romance, calling the romance wooden is an offense to Wood. It was generally a bad time. It was rough, to say the least. And I'm sorry if I'm setting anybody off with all this, but like I said, this is a safe space and you are allowed to agree or disagree and even say why you disagree or agree. If you wanna explain why I am incorrect about Attack of the Clones, by all means. I don't think anybody is about to jump to the defense of episode 9, but I know there are people that like the prequels, and I'd be curious to know what about it does work for you. Like, there are some cool locations. You know, I like Camino, and, you know, we got to see more of it in Clone Wars, which was cool. But I can't imagine anybody was like, no, that plot was fantastic, and I love the romance scenes between Anakin and Padme. It's like, no. No. Like, I will give episode 3 the concession that it had some cool shots, it had some dramatic moments. All of them have really good music, so that's not really a point of consideration, right? Like, it's John Williams. They all win in the music department. Moving on. Also has an excellence list for me because although I have a chip on my shoulder, the Geonosians were the brain behind the Death Star. That was fucking weird. That was such a random drop of like, this is where the Death Star plans came from, and everyone went, huh? Why? also I love that they have the whole plot line of Sifo Dyas like commissioning the droid army, and then that just goes nowhere. Like, he uses it to find Kamino, and that's it. He just stops asking anything about it once he starts talking to the Kaminoans and Jango Fett. It's hard to gauge for least favorite. While growing up, could not hear good. Fair. That's fair. Thus, movies with the most action and visual eye candy were more favorite. Thus, Phantom Menace, Attack of the Clones, and Revenge were preferable. I never heard anything except for the music and the lightsabers. You know what? That is fair. That is understandable. And it definitely does sort of create a different perspective on why you would like or dislike that one. Yeah, and that is fair. Like, the OGs, the original trilogy, had to be much more moderate, I guess, or much more considerate of where they spent their effects budget, just because they didn't have as much budget, they didn't have as much capability. But, you know, I think I've argued or, you know, sort of parroted the argument that Red Letter Media makes, where the OGs, because they had to be much more considerate of, you know, the lightsaber effects and everything are very expensive, they would use the lightsaber very sparingly. And so it became this, like, very cool moment of the lightsabers getting popped up. You know shit's about to go down. Whereas in the prequel trilogy, like, it is literally an impulse, it is a reflexive response of, oh, my tea spilled over, lightsaber. Someone closed the refrigerator door too hard, lightsaber. Yeah, don't get me wrong, I love lightsabers, but it does kind of diminish the plot level, or, you know, the intensity of the moment when, like, in episode 3, Anakin drops out of the elevator while they're trying to rescue Palpatine, and Obi-Wan turns around and draws his lightsaber on him, and then goes, oh, it's you. It's like, maybe you should have checked before you bring out the instant death weapon? I guess the Jedi had more of a slice first, ask questions later policy during the Old Republic. Also, they've been at war for like 3 or 4 years, so they're kind of twitchy. I don't know. Episode 3, I think, had some cool moments. I will agree. I think it is the best one of the prequel trilogy, though I wouldn't put that at a super high bar. I'm sorry, Tisho. I know I'm ragging on your favorites, but I think where episode 1 tried to like have a lot of, you know, it's a bigger, more expanded idea of what Star Wars can be. And episode 3, you know, tried to have the big dramatic conclusion to the trilogy and the fall of Anakin and the Jedi Order and the lapse of the Republic into the Empire. Like, there was a lot that they were trying to get in there, and I think more the execution of the ideas in episode 3 fell shorter than what it was they were trying to do, right? I like the ideas, I just think the execution could have been better. Episode 2, I think, just it fell the flattest of all 3. And I think it is only really saved by the hard work of the Clone Wars, the cartoon. But, for the sake of fairness, I will agree that the visual delivery of the prequel trilogies is quite remarkable. And just to continue to get myself canceled within the fandom, there are, you know, things that they went in on the OG trilogy. You know, they did that like remastering in the the 90s. Where, you know, they added more like CGI shots and stuff like that. There's a lot of those that I actually prefer over what was in the original movie because they're more dynamic, they're more expansive. They try and hit what I think they wanted to do in the 70s and just didn't have the technology to execute on. And there were a lot of shots where it's like, yeah, we could have replaced this with CGI, but we liked how it looked, so we left it. So, you know, I don't think it was a complete rewriting. It wasn't a complete replacement. I think it was just, you know, taking some of those shots that kind of didn't work as well and, you know, upscaling them. And I think that was worth it. Personally. But I'm sure a lot of people disagree. Okay, this little tail on the transport is incorrect. Or, no. It's correct, kind of. Could use more chipping. There we go. Our lens of being able to hear those Star Wars dialogue is clunky. That's fair. This part is usually the one-liners. The dialogue between Vader and Luke is sweet and sad in a good way. That whole conversation, like the entire set of scenes between them, is probably some of my favorite dialogue in the series. I think that is absolutely where they put in some of the most effort, and it really pays off. But I will agree. I think Star Wars has always had a bit of a hammy, you know, Saturday morning adventure feel to it. And yeah, sometimes, as you say, the writing is really silly and dumb. But I don't know. I don't hate it for that. I think it's fine that it. Okay, let me say this. I will push back very firmly against the opinions that all of Star Wars should be like Rogue One and Andor. I think Rogue One and Andor are phenomenal. I think they're some of the best Star Wars that has been made. Even though I will acknowledge that Act 1 and Act 2 in Rogue One have pacing issues. Absolutely fair and true. But they're still some of the best work in the series. But I don't want all of Star Wars to have that tone and weight to it. I like Star Wars having the plucky, light-hearted adventure with the kind of hammy voice acting and silly line delivery and all that. I think that is part of the charm and part of, you know, the Flash Gordon influence that it comes from, of like, yeah, this is kind of a silly space adventure and we're not gonna, you know, take it overly seriously. We're gonna let it have fun. There are times where it should be serious and there are times where it should be fun, and understanding when it should do either one is admittedly hard, but I think that's really important. You know, I remember someone sort of describing, it almost feels like the OG trilogy is the version of events that the Rebellion / the New Republic tells of, you know, the Civil War. The sort of sanitized version where they're the good guys and the Empire is evil and everything is, you know, heroes fighting against, you know, the forces of darkness. And then you get stuff like Rogue One is like, this is what we actually had to do, right? These are the things that had to happen that we will never admit to. So I agree. The dialogue is clunky. It's hammy. I do think there's a difference between being clunky and being wooden. I think where the prequels do kind of fall apart is just that the way, and I do put this at Lucas's feet, I think the way that the actors were instructed on how to deliver the scenes was subpar. And they were kind of just working with the material that they were given. And they did the best that they could. I keep going like, why am I getting hungry? Oh, right, because I've only eaten like half a banana in the last 6 hours. I have my dinner right next to me. I think we actually should be able to see the other engine from here. I'm gonna eat my dinner once we're done with the stream. We're gonna wrap up, and then I will clean up, and then I will have my dinner. But this is how I do it. Don't worry, I'm not starving myself. I'm not neglecting my needs. It's just after stream is when I eat. You know, sometimes I will have a snack if I'm feeling very hungry. I'm not above that. I just know, you know, people don't necessarily like eating noises and whatnot, so I try and avoid doing things to make people uncomfortable. God, this chase scene has gone on for so fucking long. How long is this song? I should have just done this from the beginning. I don't know why I didn't. Oh my god, there's a part 2. Why is there a part 2? Wait, what? Oh no, this is just... It's on here like 3 times. That's absurd. Oh, I think it's like different edits of the song. Okay. Don't do that. One piece of Star Wars music for here was Force Unleashed. Oh, I never played those. I just know the one meme of, I think it's from that, of Vader going, I lied. I never played that one. Let me look really quickly. Star Wars has a very pyrotechnic explosion in the way that they do their shots. Because, you know, it was all fireworks when they were blowing up the old models. It wasn't like realistic explosions in any way, but that's part of the fun of it, you know? I think they did a really cool thing in Rogue One, where, you know, they do have some shots of, like, the TIE fighters shooting some of the larger ships, you know, and just sort of hitting off the deflector shields, and you see, like, these big sort of popcorn flashes of sparks and everything. Like, it felt very appropriate, even as the technology is improving. They had an understanding of, okay, but what is the look? How should this feel? Basically God of War, but Star Wars. And it was fun. Worst gameplay part is bringing down the Star Destroyer, but the best funny line is Starkiller being asked by old Jedi, Did you deal with the Star Destroyer? No. Try doing this. See, instead of the normal sort of like hot to cold that we might do with a fireball, just sort of have be more like generally high energy. Kind of blast like this. Or bouncing across the bow. Yeah, bring it down. Use the Force, dumbass. I do remember seeing that in the trailer of just like a dude bringing a Star Destroyer down with the Force and being like, what the fuck? That seems OP and dumb. Yeah, see, by that point, Star Wars hadn't figured out its own curse language, so they couldn't, like, sneak damn and fucking shit past the censors yet. I don't think they really started doing that until, like, Rebels. Rose Killing was built off of Gendy's high over-the-top action. Oh, interesting. Oh, I'm skipping this shit. This is dumb. So I get that. And that's definitely interesting. And I'm definitely being a little too armchair with this. So I am somewhat of the opinion. I think, like, Genndy Tartakovsky's style of action works really well for animated material, right? Samurai Jack, Clone Wars, what's that other series that he has with the like prehistoric people? Oh, I'm totally blanking on the name. I don't personally think action of that style, yeah, Symbiote Titan, Primal, stuff like that, and don't get me wrong, all great. I don't think that style of action translates really well to real life or, you know, something mimicking real life. So like having that power scale on what looks like a normal person is a little strange. In my opinion. Take a shot across the bow. Nyeong. Fuck. Wrong layer. Alright, walk it back. Walk it back. Try again. Nyeong. The sounds are very important. The sounds are part of the process. I don't know. What I will say sort of to counter myself is I do enjoy that we have a lot of different takes of Star Wars. That we have a lot of opportunities by different people to show different ideas and explore different concepts. And, you know, this is what Star Wars means to me. That's one of the things I really love about the Visions series, is you have all of these independent creators that are given the chance to just make a Star Wars and show us what you do. Listening to Rebels, the astromech chopper basically sounds like it's right. Oh yeah, you totally pick up the intent. That dude is grumpy as shit. I like to imagine that R2-D2, like throughout the entire series, is just like being super snarky and swearing at people and just talking back and talking shit all the time. Chopper is just like every other word, even if he spoke English, would get bleeped. It's great. I love Chopper. There we go. That looks good. Alright, let's get back in here. So this is what I'm talking about, that little sort of like firework popping effect. It's not, you know, the fireball that we sort of see. It's not pyroclastic or even pyrotechnic. It's just sort of like these big pops of sort of energy. Little sparkler effects. We'll throw in that the movie Flying Tiger, Hidden Dragon, the story of a live-action anime. That's true. That is true. That one, or Crouching Tiger, yes. And then there was another one that I think kind of did it even better than Crouching Tiger did. You're right, though. They did find a way to make that style of action work despite being live action. You're right. You're right. I'm wrong. It is possible. With the right clarity of vision, it can be done. As far as Attack of the Clones, though, when seeing in theaters was the sonic charges. The sonic depth charges in the asteroid chase are super cool. Whoever was responsible for the sound design better have gotten a bonus for that. I'm not sure I ever actually watched Crouching Tiger. I remember seeing like the clips and stuff of it and thinking, oh, pretty interesting. But yeah, I don't think I ever actually saw it. I should watch it at some point. There we go. Good. Alright, I think we're getting there. I think it is definitely coming along. There is still a lot more that I want to do with it for sure. And I think to some degree, I don't know, the lighting is still a little undercooked for me. Like, we've been focusing a lot on the details, and I think the details are coming along pretty well. They look pretty cool. But something is still not quite, it doesn't feel quite tied together yet. I want to try and figure out what that might be. I think this is going to be a question for next time, though. I think part of it is the darks. Like, I think we're getting a good sort of distinction in the legibility of everything, which is helping a lot. The X-Wing in the foreground, I think, has some better value ranges, so it's starting to, like, distinguish the shapes and planes pretty well. But I think just sort of the way that I approached it, we don't really have a clear, like, as strong of a value range as we kind of need to. So just to sort of show what I mean. Like, that's overdoing it, right? That's kind of overcooking it. But you can see, you know, let's bring it into like 60%. like how it starts to really sort of make things pop. So I'm not gonna bake that in. I'm not gonna bake it in because like that is clearly something that we can do in the post process, and I think that will definitely help a lot. What I would rather do as we work on it on Tuesday is sort of find those high contrast areas, right? Don't just sort of uniformly bake it, sort of go in like this area, you know, sort of say, okay, well, this is like really deep, really recessed. Let's get some additional definition going on in here. Really sort of start to build that out, like so. You know, on the other ships as well, we can start to say, okay, well, this is going to be like a really, you know, deep in the back area. So let's, you know, get some contouring going. Let's get some cast shadow underneath the shell to give it some better sense of depth. Stuff like that, right? I think that'll start to help it a lot. And then sort of conversely, we can come in along sort of the top side of the shell and be like, all right, well, this is the side that's effectively like directly reflecting the light, or this is the part that is. So we can start to, you know, add some like tertiary paneling, you know, adding in some areas that like support the breakup and sort of create this like central highlight panel, like so. You know, we can have some breakup of areas that like are just a little bit off angle or a little more matte so they don't reflect in the same way, things like that. I think as we do that, it'll start to dial in a little bit better. I think we'll do that a little less on the Star Destroyers, just because we do kind of want to keep that a touch more monolithic, right? Just enough that it like, if we make it too high in value range, it'll start to blend with the transport again, and we don't want that to happen. But yeah, I think just sort of popping up the level of contrast, the level of vibrancy on a few things, getting a little bit more of the color blending in. So like, just really quickly, we do need to wrap up in a moment, but you know, go into the TIE Fighter. We've got some of it going on, but we can, you know, have like more color reflection coming across the paneling right there. A little bit coming through here, and just sort of expand the idea out farther so that it covers a broader range of the spear and becomes more sort of apparent in how it works. You know, just more noticeable, right? I think right now some of the ideas are like being set up, but they're not fully realized yet. Sort of throw it in through there as well. Stuff like that, right? And then let's also take this guy. We'll just sort of expand him out a little bit. And let's sort of do the same trick as we did with the transport. I'm gonna move this in front of all the various ships, just so that we can like we can establish the planes of interaction, right? Maybe just have it be a little bit off. No, hang on. We can figure this out. We're smart. We're smart cookies. There we go. That's a little better. And just start bringing this down a little bit so that this cross shot doesn't deviate quite so much. Actually, let's do that for this set as well. Yeah, now see, we gotta take this guy out. So that the overlap feels consistent and accurate. Alright, good. Alrighty. Okay. Sorry, one more thing. One more thing. Just gonna do like that. Just trying to get this feeling a little bit more regular, right? Let's get rid of this one. Because it's creating a bit of a weird arc. Yeah, there we go. That's a bit better. Good. Alright, yeah, that feels a little bit more like something, I suppose. Alright. Yes, all good on the posture and the hydration. It definitely wasn't shrimping. No sir. Definitely was not hunched over my monitor. No sure. Alright. That'll do. That'll do for now. And you know what? I say that. This one is just kind of in a weird spot now, so we're just gonna go like that. Just redraw it a little bit more consistently. A little bit of deviation's fine, but we don't want to overdo it, right? It's okay. Alright, that'll do. So yeah, we'll pick this up again on Tuesday. Definitely still a lot that we want to do. I think depending on how we feel into the Tuesday stream, there's a good chance we'll work on this on Thursday. I know I was feeling good about it, and I was. But I think we can do better. I think, not better. Better is not the right word. I really want to try and like push this one. You know, just, I was happy with how we did last year, but I think compared to that, we can still, you know, sort of level this one up, right? We can make it a bit stronger. We can go in and do a lot of fun stuff with the planet, with the level of detail on the ships and everything. I think we can have fun with it for sure. So I would like to do that. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of the plan for next week. Thank you. I'm glad you guys like it. I'm glad we landed on this idea. I think it's a lot of fun. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I think it's coming along pretty cool. So yeah, let's go ahead and start wrapping things up for the night. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the YouTube stream. Everyone say good night to the VOD squad, and we're gonna go find somebody to raid. Where are we at? Who's on tonight? Who's doing stuff? It's Saturday night. YouTube.